You know, yesterday was April Fool's Day, and Snooks might have caused some trouble.
Snooks?
Yeah.
Go on. She never causes any trouble.
Hello?
Hello, is that you, Snooks?
Hello?
Hello, where's your daddy?
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
This is the operator. 5 cents, please.
Snooks. It is you, isn't it?
No, this is my father. Want to play poker?
Snooks, where's your daddy?
He jumped out of the window and a big eagle grabbed
Give me
him
that
by-
phone. Hello, John.
Hello, Daddy.
I'll see you soon. I have to rush out and buy a suit as soon as I put Snooks to bed. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Daddy. Well, I'll lay 9 to 5. He never gets out.
Snooks, I don't want you to answer the phone anymore.
Why?
Because you say a lot of crazy things and confuse people. Why did you tell John I jumped out the window?
I always tell him that.
You always tell him I jump out the window?
Uh-huh.
What for?
I don't know.
Suppose I do jump out of the window one day and you tell him that. He won't believe you, will he?
No.
Snooks, have you ever heard the story of the little boy who cried wolf?
No, tell it to me.
Oh. Well, I stuck out my neck that time. Look, I'll tell it to you tomorrow. I'm in a hurry to get to the clothing store.
Why?
I'm going to be fitted for an Easter suit.
When is Easter, Daddy?
It falls on the 5th this year. You see, Easter Sunday is governed by the date of the Paschal full moon. If the Paschal full moon falls on a Sunday, then the following Sunday is Easter.
Is the moon going to fall?
The moon is not going to fall. According to the scientists, there's no danger of the moon falling for the next 70 million years.
Will it fall on the people?
I suppose so. What are you crying about? It won't happen for at least 70 million years.
Oh, I thought you said 7 million.
Well, now you don't have to worry anymore. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy,
Yes?
why does the moon make it Easter?
Well, the Paschal full moon is the 14th day of the lunar month, reckoned according to an old ecclesiastical computation, and not the real or astronomical full moon.
You know everything, don't you, Daddy?
Just about. Any more questions?
Yeah. Who tells the bunnies when it's Easter?
They don't have to be told.
And how do they know when the lady ate?
Bunnies don't lay eggs.
Why?
Now, how do I know?
Chickens lay eggs.
I can't help it.
Why?
Snooks, I'll explain it to you in the morning. The tailor's waiting to measure me for my suit.
I want to go with you.
Snooks,
I want to go with you.
you can't go with me. Can't I buy a suit of clothes without having you tag along?
Mommy's going, ain't she?
Not this time, she isn't.
No.
I'm going to wear what I like for once in my life. I'm sick of these bell-bottom pants.
Your coat's nice, Daddy.
Nice.
Yeah. I like the way it zips up the back. It's a zoot suit with a reed pleat.
You and your mummy. I'll show you style. Wait till I come home with my new suit. I'm getting a spring coat, too.
With springs in it?
No, not with springs in it.
No.
A nice conservative model. With padded shoulders and a flared waistline. Just a few pleats on the hem.
Are you going to get a feather in your hat again?
Oh, don't be sarcastic.
Sarcastic.
I'm buying this coat at Squire's because they have a bargain sale. A $35 coat marked down to $9.75.
How do you know that?
Because he advertises that way. All his coats are down.
Are his pants down, too?
What's the matter with you?
I want to go with you.
Now, Snooks, why should you want to go to the tailor's with me?
I want to get an Easter suit.
You'll have a new dress, I promise you. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy!
Oh, what do you want?
Who laid the Easter egg?
If I tell you, will you let me go?
Maybe.
All right. Do you want the rabbit to lay the Easter eggs?
No.
You want the chicken to lay them?
No?
Well, who do you want to lay the eggs?
You.
Okay, I'll lay the Easter eggs. Satisfied?
No, let him on now.
I will not. Oh, Snooks, please let me get out of this house. You want me to look nice, don't you?
Yes, Daddy.
Fine, and I'll buy you a new dress. And when I put on my new suit and coat, we'll be the hit of the Easter parade.
Will you buy me a rabbit, too, Daddy?
All right, I'll buy you a rabbit.
A white rabbit?
Yes, a white rabbit.
I don't like a white rabbit.
What kind do you want?
I want a blue rabbit. with a purple legs and a green tail.
You're insane.
Yeah.
Either you take a white rabbit or you get nothing.
I'll take it, Daddy.
And remember, you'll have to care for it yourself. No rough handling. You'll treat it just like a baby.
Like a baby?
Yes. You'll handle the rabbit exactly the way Mother handles Robespierre.
Will I have to change?
Yes. You'll have to change his water every day.
I wasn't going to.
I don't care what you're going to say. I'm not going to waste another second here. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy!
Oh, what is it now?
You ain't really going to buy me a rabbit, are you?
Well, I'll think about it.
When?
Tonight. If you get right into bed, turn out the light, say your prayers, and ask the angels to make you a good girl, maybe I'll bring a rabbit home with me.
All right, Daddy.
Good. Hurry now. Under the covers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out with the light. Now say your prayers. Oh, what are you mumbling?
That's my prayer.
I can't understand a word you're saying.
I ain't talking to you, Daddy. I'm talking to the angels.
Well, they can't understand you either. Speak up.
All right. Dear angels, please make my daddy a good boy so he'll bring me home a rabbit tonight. Signing off.
Snooks, that's no way to talk to the angels.
They like it, Daddy.
How do you know?
I'll show you. You like it, don't you, angels? That's okay with us, Snooks. You'll get your rabbit.
Oh, good night.
Good night, Daddy.
Well, Mr. Race finally broke the news to Jane that he had lost all his money, and they would have to start anew. Jane took it like a soldier. But meanwhile, she had received a letter that her 18-year-old niece, Betty, was coming to town to live with them, with the suggestion that Mr. Race could use her as his secretary. But Mr. Race has gone broke and is out of the real estate business. Our scene is evening in the Ace's living room, where we find Jane, Mr. Race, and Marge. Listen.
I think he's right, Jane.
Of course I am.
Oh, but she looks so happy and so glad to be here. I hate to tell her we're broke.
We've got to find out sometime, and right away, too, because we've got to make arrangements about moving out of here.
Moving out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, Jane, now don't make it any worse for yourself or for any of us. By going to pieces now, you've done swell up until now. I know, Marge, but it's just a thought that we have to leave here. We have to, don't we, dear?
Yes, we do, Jane. We're going to have to take an apartment somewhere.
An apartment.
Yes, I told you we would, Jane. After all, we are broke.
Oh, an apartment. I guess that's what you call flat broke.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I've managed to save a few dollars out of the wreckage, but that won't last long, and that's why we have to break the news to Betty, because we have to get out of here and find an apartment.
And you've got to decide just how large an apartment. If she's going to stay on here, you're going to have to allow for an extra room or something.
Oh, now, she can't stay on here. We've got to send her back to your sister, Jane.
Oh, no, not that. That's where I put my foot in it.
Put your foot in it.
Absolutely. You can't send her back no matter what happens.
But what am I going to do? I have another hungry mouth open for me to feed?
Oh, no, I put my foot in it.
You don't.
Well, I do. She's not going back. I don't care what happens. I'm not going to let her go back home and tell my sister and my family that we went broke.
But it makes an extra person to look after and to feed.
Oh, what's one more to feed? I'm not going to let my folks find out.
Oh, swallow your pride.
Well, I won't have to. I'll find enough to eat.
You'll find.
Well, it looks like Jane's mind's made up.
Oh, but we are going to tell her, though, about being broke, I mean.
Well, I guess we'll have to.
And I'm willing to bet that once we do tell her, that she'll suggest herself that we should send her back home.
Well, I won't let her, even if she...
Oh,
I don't think there is such a thing as letting Betty do anything. She's pretty strong-minded. I'll say the world she is. I never heard anybody as smart as she is. The things she knows.
Yes, the useful things she knows.
What do you mean?
Well,
I think she is a little too studious for her own good. Oh, it's just because of those glasses she wears. I wish she wouldn't wear them all the time like that. Because my sister wants me to introduce her to some fellows, too. And if she doesn't fix herself up better, I'm going to have a very hard time.
Now, Jane, you're getting ahead of your story. We've got more important things to consider right now. This is no time to find fellows to your needs. If she's going to stay on here, she better find a job.
Yes, I know. She keeps saying she can't wait till she starts working for you,
I
dear.
know that. That's why I say we've got to tell her that I have no job for her. Should have told her the minute she got here this morning.
Oh, she was enjoying herself, so I couldn't be that hard-headed.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know she was enjoying herself so much. She doesn't seem to be the kind that knows how to have a good time. Well, she's a little bashful, you know, in a strange place.
Yes.
Oh, Betty, come in and make yourself at home.
I was going to read this book in my room, but the light in there somehow doesn't seem to be bright as it should.
Oh, well, sit here, Betty. Here, get up.
What?
Don't hurt you by that lamp.
Oh, yeah, sit here by the lamp, Betty.
You want a pillow to make yourself comfortable?
No, thanks, Aunt Jane. I'm quite comfortable.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
You have to wear those glasses, Betty, even with that lamp there.
I have a myopic condition with a slight touch of astigmatism.
Yes. Do you have to wear those glasses, Betty, even with that lamp there?
Yes, I think she does, Jen.
Oh.
Betty, I've got...
Hooray.
What?
Don't tell her. Hooray, yet
But, Jane, I thought that we just...
Not now
Oh, you mean not tell her we're broke
No
but we are broke
Oh.
She must find out soon that we have no more money.
Dear.
Oh yes, we have no more money,
But I hate to tell her.
We have to tell her sometime, We might as well do it now,
Oh, no, not now,
Well, when did all this happen, Aunt Jane?
What,
Is it supposed to borrow your money recent?
Betty, do you understand pig Latin, too? Honestly, she just knows everything.
Yes, but you might as well know right now what's going on here.
Oh.
But we have to tell her, Jane.
Besides, I do know now.
Of course.
But when did all this happen?
Well, just a few days ago, Betty, I met a big business reverse. That is, it met me and knocked me flat, that's all.
I thought I detected some undercurrent of unrest here. Beg pardon?
The fact is, Betty, that the job your mother thought you were going to have when you arrived here isn't anymore. I've given up my real estate office. I was forced to quit. I'm going to have to find a job myself somewhere.
Yes, and then the next day or so, we're moving out of here to some apartment.
I see.
But you won't find an apartment, will you, Betty?
Ma, you think you're taking me in with you?
Why,
Well, did you think that you ought to return home?
Home?
Yes.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that under any circumstances. Well, that would be admitting defeat. I couldn't go home.
See, she says herself she couldn't go home.
Admitting defeat to whom?
Mother, to father, to everybody who has no faith in me. I've come here to carve a career for myself. I can't go back until I do.
Oh, a career woman.
There's nothing at home for me.
Oh, I see. Then your mind's made up to stay on here with us.
If not with you, then I'll have to make a go of it by myself.
Oh, you can't do that.
By yourself? You mean live here in town and not live with us? I should say not. My favorite niece, I should say not.
Your favorite, your only niece.
That's my only niece. Oh, no.
I see. So, Betty, you're going to carve a career for yourself.
I hope to.
Mm-hmm. You and me both. You see, as soon as we get settled someplace, I've got to start looking for a job myself.
No, you can find one for Betty first.
For Betty first?
Yes, she's a stranger.
Well, I've got my own hands full finding something that I can do.
Oh, I think he's right, Jen. After all, Betty can find her own job.
But how? She doesn't know a soul here.
Well, there's always the usual way, the want ad columns in the paper.
Of course, Aunt Jane.
Oh, yes, the what? Oh, where's that paper?
Oh, not just this minute, Jen.
Well, we might as well get started right away. Isn't that right, Daddy?
There's no use procrastinating.
I'm not lying. I mean it. Where's that paper, dear?
Here it is.
Oh, thanks. Want ads. Now, let me see here.
Mother wrote that you're a commercial school graduate. Is that right?
Yes, I am. I've had 2 years of training. That should stand me in good stead.
Oh, here it is. Oh, there's a lot.
Save the help wanted mail for me, Jan.
Domestic. No, it wouldn't be domestic, would it? That's like a horse or a cow, isn't it?
A horse? I think you better not bother with that, Jane. Just let Betty...
No, but I just want to help her. Now, let me see. Oh, this page is all for men.
I'll take that page, Jane.
Oh, all right. Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, while you're at it, Jen, let me see the apartments for rent page.
Apartment?
Yes, we better start finding a place to live, you know.
Oh, all right. You look for an apartment. This is fun. It gives everybody something to do. Here it is, for rent.
Oh, yes, that's the part I want. Let me see it.
Here. $3
Perhaps I'd do better to hunt for my own job, Aunt Jane.
No, I'll help you, Betty, because after that, you're a stranger here.
I can read, Aunt Jane.
All right, go ahead and read the book. I'll find something.
No, I think I can read the ads myself and pick out something.
Hush, Betty. Now, you just let Aunt Jane find something here for you. Oh, here it is. Help wanted female. That's you. This one. Companion. That starts out friendly, doesn't it? Companion. Elderly woman to be companion to elderly woman.
Oh, that should be just the thing.
No, she's too young for that.
Oh.
Let me see
Aunt
here.
Jane, I'm a competent secretary. I can type, I can write shorthand, I can do
I know. We'll find something. Don't worry. Here's one. Dancing partner. Earn big money while dancing.
Jane, will you...
You just read your own job, dear. Don't worry about us.
Okay. Bartender, experienced drink mixer, and all...
Bartender, dear.
Well, what's the matter with that? It's no worse than that dancing partner you were reading about for Betty.
Well, I was just reading it, that's all.
Well, that's all I was doing.
And besides, this says earn big money. You can't earn big money as a bartender.
Oh, I
Aunt
don't
Jane,
know.
there's no use arguing about that dancing partner. I can't dance.
You can't dance?
No.
Betty! Oh, this younger generation. What do they think about nowadays?
Well, certainly there are more vital things than that in this world of chaotic disturbance and changing civilization to which the universe looks to us to help reorganize and rescue from the ravages of barbarism.
You can't dance, huh? No wonder your mother wrote me you don't know any nice fellows back home.
Oh, did she write that, too?
Yes, he did. When we get settled down and you get a nice job, I'm going to introduce you to some fellas and you can start...
I'm not interested.
Not interested in meeting some fellas?
I'm not interested.
But you don't know who these fellas are. How can you say
They bore me.
a pretty girl like you, except for your glasses, and you talk like that? Honestly, I don't know what the younger generation is thinking of nowadays.
Well, certainly there are more vital
Oh,
things.
no. Now, don't start that again.
I think you better stick to that job you're trying to find for instead of trying to find fellows. A dancing partner job, for instance, that was a choice.
I don't dance, and that's final. I wouldn't any more take that job than Uncle Ace would take a bartending job.
Oh, don't worry. He can't bartend either.
Now let me join this little controversy with what I've found under apartment.
There's it, Marge.
Apartment. Triplex. Built-in bar on first floor and convertible ballroom on third floor.
Built-in bar and ballroom.
Yes, how does that sound, Jane?
Oh, it sounds marvelous, but we couldn't move there. He can't bartend and she can't dance. You better look for something else, Marge.
At any rate, the Aces are getting reorganized now and should be settled in an apartment somewhere before long with respective jobs for Mr. Ace and Betty. We'll learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby, Mary Martin, Victor Borge, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, and the Music Maids and Hal. Bing's guests for this evening are Walter Houston of the cinema, Claude Thornhill of the swing circuit, and the Kraft Choral Club of Chicago. And here is Bing Crosby.
Off we go into the wild sky yonder. Keep the wings level and true. If you'd live to be a gray-haired wonder, keep the nose out of the blue. Flying men guarding the nation's border, we'll be there, followed by more. In echelon, carry on, nothing can stop the Army Air Corps. Here's a toast to the host of those who love the vastness of the sky. To a friend we will send a message of his brother men who fly. We drink to those who give their all of old. Then down we roar to the rainbow's pot of gold. A toast to the host of men we boast, the Army Air Corps.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder. Keep the wings level and true. If you live to be a gray-haired wonder, keep the nose out of the blue.
flying men, guarding the nation's border. We'll be there, followed by more. In echelon, we carry on. Nothing can stop the Army Air Corps. Nothing can stop the Army Air Corps.
Thus, friends, we greet the men of our Army Air Force, from Trinidad to points east and west, and remind the rest of you that next Monday, April 6th, is Army Day.
Well, next Monday may be Army Day on the calendar, Bing, but every day is Army Day in our hearts.
Yep, no dressing up for the Easter parade for me this year.
Why, I thought you were already all dressed up.
Me? Dressed up for Easter?
No, Halloween.
How do you like that, after calling up 5 flights to a tailor who makes victory suits to order? But I'm having a little argument with that boy.
Oh, probably arguing because he says no cuffs on the pants.
Oh, worse than that. He says no pants on the cuff. Good.
Well.
Rough boy.
What do you care? Every place I go, people say, Bing sure gives fashion a thrashing.
Is that what they say?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Well, you find me a guy who can look well dressed up in one of those special new victory suits with all the fancy trimmings eliminated. No cuffs, no pleats, no built-in shoulders, no belts, no suspenders.
No belts and no suspenders. Isn't that a little dangerous?
No, with every suit you get your choice.
Choice of what?
How do you get a fan or a bubble?
Have you a victory suit too, Ken?
Oh, sure, but, I can't wear mine till I get the left ear pierced.
I never heard of a man having his ear pierced.
Well, with no lapels on the suits, I have to have some place to wear my carnation.
Oh, how cute. Why don't you pin it in your hair with your V for Victory pin? While you're getting it just right, Mary sings Indian Love Call.
Gently fall through the forest stillness as fond waiting Indian lovers. When the lone lagoon stirs in the spring, welcoming home some swanny white wings. When the maiden moon, riding the sky, gathers her star, I dream children night. That is the time of the moon and the year, when love dreams to Indian maidens appear. And this is the song that they hear when I'm calling you. Will you answer too? That means I offer my love to you, to be your own. If you refuse me, I will be blue and waiting all alone. But if when I hear your love call ringing clear, and I hear your answering echo, so then I will know our love will come true. You belong to me, I belong to you.
She'll always remember when you were only 4. Your favorite game was playing with your soldiers on the floor. The time when you were 7 and tumbled down the stairs. An angel up in heaven answered all her prayers. Did you ever notice that teardrop in her eye? The first time she discovered there was lipstick on your tie. Now a soldier man you may be, but you are still her baby. She'll always remember, so don't you ever forget.
The musical and the literary shenanigans of our Danish friend Victor Borge are always just an edge eccentric, especially as described by Victor himself. Whatever Victor goes in for, he always comes out with something just a little bit different. What's new, Victor?
Remember a couple of weeks ago I told about a play I wrote, and I played all the parts myself?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I want to tell you about a play I wrote before that play.
Oh, yeah.
This play has the same family as the other. And you remember the father and the mother, the 4 children, Filgadusha, Shilmarusha, Ballord, and Peter.
Nice group.
But Peter isn't born yet. So we can't use him in this story. Just the father and the mother. You see, I wrote it after being in the United States about 1 week. I had terrible trouble writing this play because I didn't know 1 word of English. And when I was half through, I found out it was impossible to write a play without knowing 1 word. So I learned 1 word. And the word I learned was anti-disestablishmentarianism.
That's the word.
That's the word.
Nice type of word.
But I don't know what it means. So
Who does?
I just learned another one. It was a very short word, and in other words, I found a word that everybody uses and expresses everything. I heard it in every discussion, every time anybody opens his mouth to say this word, and I thought it would be a good word to use, and I wrote the whole play about that little word.
Oh.
That's the word.
You take it from there.
Yeah, I take it from you.
Got it, boy.
Yeah. The only trouble is spelling it, you know. It spells O-H, but you never hear the H. I don't know why the H is there at all, but I imagine it's only there to keep the O from rolling. Maybe you don't believe me, but I'm going to read this little play to you now, so you can hear that I can prove to you how you can read and write a play with 1 word. O is the name of the play. When the curtain goes up, a man and his wife are on the stage. He is leaving on a very important business trip, and as he goes out of the stage, he says, but he can't remember what he was going to say, so he leaves. A couple of pages later, the wife is alone on the stage, and she sings a little song. She sings, O Sole Mio. And now she sings the first part. Oh. And the door opens, and her sweetheart comes in. And he hears her singing, and he says, oh, and he leaves again. Later, she sings the last part of O Sole Mio. Oh. And the door opens again, and her sweetheart comes in. She's still singing, so he says, oh, and he leaves again. Now the door opens again, and her husband is standing there. The husband. He sees she's all alone, and he can't understand it. So he looks at his script, and finds out he came in too early on the wrong cue. So he says, oh, and he goes out again. Now the door opens again, and her sweetheart comes in. Now she's not singing anymore, so he says, oh. And she says, oh, when she sees him, and he, oh, and he, oh, and she, oh. And it's very clear that they owe each other a lot. Now the door opens, and who do you think it is this time? It's Filicadusha. There must be something wrong because he has nothing to do here, so I think we just tear that page out. Again the door opens, and now the husband comes in. Really, he comes now. And the woman sees him, and she says, oh! And the sweetheart says, oh! And the husband says nothing because he's so mad that he can't talk. He just takes a machine gun and shoots the man. Oh! On the next page, he misses, so he tries once more. And, he tries again to shoot. Oh, and this time it's better because the sweetheart falls to the floor. Oh! And the wife says, oh! And now the curtain falls, and little Filicadusha says, oh, because the curtain hits him on the head. And that's
Thank you, Victor. Thank you very much. That's certainly a powerful play.
Thank you.
Claude Thornhill, on the testimony of every swingle-dingle from coastal to coastal, is one of the hottest triple-threat men in the dance dodge, being equally adept at leading a band, playing the piano, or arranging. He's an erstwhile colleague of John Scott Trotter's when they were in the Hal Kemp organization together. And Claude put some long-cherished ideas of his own and some good men together about a year ago, and since then, he's been knocking the cats numb in every alligator farm that can handle the crowds. Taking time off from his current chores at the Palatial Palladium Ballroom to join us here in the old Kraft Music Hall, Claude Thornhill, ably assisted by the Trotter Ensemble, offers his own increasingly popular record arrangement of Autumn Nocturne. Really swell. That takes me back to the days when you and Trotter used to play those twin pianos in the Hal Kemp organization.
Oh, yes. Of course, at that time, John was only half the man he is today.
They tell me, Claude, that back in the old days, people could hardly tell you two apart when you and John sat down to play at the twin pianos.
They can now. I've noticed that when John Scott goes to sit down to play now, the stool flinches.
Does that flinching bother you, John Scott?
Not at all, Bing. When Claude and I played together, it was the folks who did the flinching.
Well, apropos of a little flinching, Claude, what's this I hear about them banning those zoot suits at the Palladium Ballroom?
Well, the trouble with those long coats is you can't tell if a jitterbug's pants are pressed or not.
Look, with those long coats, you can't even tell if their pants are there or not. You know what I mean, don't you, Ken?
Oh, now, don't look at me. I'm no jitterbug, but Claude, you band leaders must see and hear an awful lot of funny things.
We do, Ken. The other night, a couple danced by the bandstand, and their conversation sounded something like this.
Come on, Squirrel, let's twirl.
You know me, babe, special delivery.
What do you mean, special delivery?
Wrap me tight and send me.
Hey, Jackson, get those two ickies dancing over there. They're moving sideways.
Yeah? You mean there's another way to dance besides up and down?
Hey, get Claude Thornhill up there on the stand.
Yeah.
He's copping a gander at us. Let's start banging our gums together.
Okay, hi, Claude. Boy, you sure send me, boy. I go for them solid classics, boy.
Classics? Then you're interested in good music?
Yeah.
What do you think of Sibelius Finlandia?
Can't be any good.
Well, what about Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata or Bach's Brandenburg Concerto?
Can't be no good.
What makes you so sure they can't be any good?
Freddie Martin ain't played them yet.
Well, Bing, that'll give you some idea, Ken, of just what goes on the dance floor.
Well, thanks.
And for an idea of what goes on the bandstand of the Palladium, we refer you to Claude Thornhill's arrangement of Stealin' Apples. We hear it now with Claude Thornhill at the piano and the Trotter Ensemble hovering about in the background. Thus, friends, Claude Thornhill with the Trotter Group playing a little thing called Stealin' Apples.
Are you in the mood for an Easter poem, Dr. Crosby?
Well, I ain't in the mood for a toothache, but I get one once in a while.
Oh, you're going to like this one. I call it Hail Spring.
Okay, give us hail and farewell.
Hail Spring. This weekend will be an ecstatic delight, for we're having a pause for our Easter vacation. A little bit longer than this one tonight, this brief pause for station identification.
Continuing with Kraft Music Hall matters involving Walter Houston, the Kraft Choral Club, Victor Borge, Mary Martin, and at the moment, Moonlight Cocktail.
Couple of jiggers of moonlight and a star, or in the blue of a June night, one guitar, mix in a couple of dreamers, and there you are. Lovers hail the moonlight cocktail. Now add a couple of flowers, a drop of dew. Stir for a couple of hours till dreams come true. As to the number of kisses, it's up to you. Moonlight cocktails need a few. Cool it in the summer breeze. Serve it in the starlight underneath the trees. You'll discover tricks like these are sure to make your moonlight cocktail please. Follow the simple directions. They will bring life of another complexion where you'll be king. You will awake in the morning, start to sing. Moonlight cocktails are the thing. The summer breeze, serve it in the starlight underneath the trees. You'll discover tricks like these are sure to make your moonlight cocktail please. Follow the simple directions. They will bring life of another complexion where you'll be king. You will awake in the morning, start to sing. Moonlight cocktails are the thing.
Time marches back. 1933, the year of bank holidays. 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt is inaugurated president of these United States. 1933, Italy, France, Germany, and Great Britain sign a 10-year peace pact. 1933, men all over the country are saying...
What a horse. Oh, boy. It says here this nag equipoise earned $322,000.
Oh, Harry, wouldn't it be wonderful if you had a horse like that?
No, just... Might create a lot of dissension in the stable.
Oh. Say, Harry, you know, I see in the papers that the United States Marines are coming back from Nicaragua.
Oh, yeah? You going down to Dock and meet them?
Oh, don't be silly. What were the United States Marines doing in Nicaragua?
Oh, well, you see, they went down there because, in Nicaragua, they figured, well, why shouldn't the United States Marines go to Nicaragua?
Thanks.
I see where President Roosevelt's going to have a brain trust. There's a good move.
Have you sent in your application?
Oh, they sent for me.
Oh, I might have known.
Love is the sweetest thing. What else on earth could bring such happiness to everything as love's old story?
Do you really mean it, Harry?
Do I really mean what?
I'll bet you don't even remember what I said the first time you kissed me.
Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad wolf?
Oh, that's a silly song.
It's a big hit. Very, very big. Very big.
Lazy bones, sleeping in the sun. How you expect to get your day's work done?
That's a good tune. You know, the one that gets me this year is, I'm heading for the last roundup.
That's not nearly as pretty as,
They asked me how I knew my true love was true. I, of course, replied something here inside cannot be denied.
Yeah, I know. That's the smoke gets in your eyes. Fair tune, all right. But you know, for a song that's going to live, you give me that number by Irving Berlin. I'll bet you people will be singing it every Easter time. You just wait and see.
Oh, Harry, you just know everything.
Well, listen. Listen how it goes. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade. I'll be all in clover when they look you over. I'll be the proudest fella in the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap her, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade on the avenue, Fifth Avenue. The photographers will snap her, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade.
Gee, Harry, remember the first time you and I walked in the Easter parade?
Yeah, we was just kids. Way back. Oh, it must have been way back in 1915. That's the year Daddy bought the Kissel car with the big brass acetylene lamps in front.
Do you know what else happened in 1915, Harry?
Yeah, let's see. I got my first pair of peg-top pants. Still can't seem to wear them out.
Is that all you remember of 1915?
Well, Jess Willard took the heavyweight championship from Jack Johnson in Cuba.
Harry, don't you remember taking me to the matinee of The Birth of the Nation?
I took you to a matinee of The Birth of a Nation?
Well, certainly. Why?
Fine picture to be taking a girl your age to see. I'm surprised they let us in.
They didn't. But we went to see the 7th episode of The Perils of Pauline.
I took you to see a thing like that?
You did?
I'd ought to be ashamed of myself.
Well, that's what I keep telling you.
You talk as if you knew about the times I sneaked off to see Theta Barrack.
Gee, I'll never forget 1915. It was the first time I ever had a hat with real handmade grapes and flowers on it.
Nice. Say, you remember that song? I've been sailing down the old green river on the good ship, rocking
Oh,
down.
Mother wouldn't let me sing that in the house.
Mother. Oh, that was another one in 1915. M is for the million things she gave me. O means only that she's growing old.
I know, but I guess the most popular song in 1915 was that one that came over from London.
Pack up your troubles in your old kit bag.
Pack up your troubles in your old kit bag and smile, smile, smile. While you've a Lucifer to light your fag. Smile, boys, that's the style. What's the use of worrying? It never was worthwhile. Oh, pack up your troubles in your old kit bag and smile, smile, smile. Pack up your troubles in your old kit bag and smile, smile, come on and smile. Don't let your joy and laughter hit a snag. Smile, boys, all the while. What's the use of worrying? It never was worthwhile. So pack up your troubles in your old kit bag. troubles in your old kit bag and smile. Ha, ha, honey, smile.
Gotta keep smiling.
While you've a Lucifer to light your bag.
Light up, Jack.
Smile, boys, that's the style.
Don't be brought down, Pop.
What's the use of worrying?
Don't want a gray hair.
It never was worthwhile.
Your trouble's just a bump.
So pack up your troubles in your old kit bag and smile. Smile.
Thank you very much, Mary. You know, Walter Houston, who scored so solidly as the Devil in the film version of The Devil and Daniel Webster, is currently being seen as a man of the world in Shanghai gesture. Manages it very convincingly, too, which is only natural, for Walter possesses a surplus of that charm, that authority, that certain indefinable something that women are attracted to in older men. Qualities which one usually associates with a professional man. It's the easiest thing in the world, for example, to envisage Walter Houston as an architect. You know, the type of an architect that would inspire the utmost confidence in any young couple who might choose to consult him about getting a blueprint for a dream home. Brides, accompanied, of course, by their catch, who have visited the office of architect Houston, tell me that he seemed to step from a cloud, take their hands, gaze deeply into their eyes, and say,
Does my pipe annoy you, madam?
No, not at all. See, I always carry an extra supply of oxygen in my compact. Besides, Harry loves the pipe.
In that case, sir, fill up. Try my tobacco. This is my special blend, Rose Bowl Sweepings, 1937.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been smoking Coliseum Cleanings, 1938. With aromatic blenders. Very good. But thanks. And now about our house. I saw your ad in the paper.
Ah, yes. I'm rather fond of that ad. Wrote it myself. Lay all your eggs on the line and let Houston feather your love nest. He's the bird who can do it.
Yes, that's why we came to you.
You were figuring on something inexpensive, I gather.
Why is it whenever people look at me, when they know we want something inexpensive?
I just don't know. Just some little simple place will do. When we were married, I told Harry we'd be happy living in a tree.
And we were, too, till they started lighting... We were very happy till they started lighting smudge pots under us. I flew.
Of course, we want the last word in style and classy look.
Yes, for short money. But we don't want the place next door to show us up now.
The place next door must be a beautiful establishment.
Oh, yes. Filling station.
You bought the lot next to a filling station?
Well, only on the south side. You see, there's a glue factory on the north side and a stable on the east side and the gas works to the west.
Right.
Can't go wrong with a location like that.
How do you mean?
Can always tell which way the wind blows.
I see. Of course, in building your own home, the most important thing is to have the right type of architecture. What type of architecture strikes your fancy?
Oh, well, Betty Grable's is nice.
Harry.
Well, there's one style that might interest you. This is a photograph of Madeline Carroll's residence.
Oh, gee. Madeline Carroll lives in that house?
What's this strange-looking thing sitting near the gutter in front of Miss Carroll's house?
Fire plug. See the funny-looking nozzle?
That's no fire plug. That's Bob Hope.
I've always rather admired a hillside home.
Oh, I've designed several hillside homes on the Pacific Palisades overlooking the ocean. I'd like you to see them. I'd be glad to drive you down to Santa Monica Beach.
Hillside homes on Santa Monica Beach? What happened?
The rains came.
By the way, how soon can you get this house ready for us?
Well, I could finish it in 6 months, if it weren't for a priority.
Oh, gee, them things again. Already they got me riding a bicycle, growing a beard, and stirring short sugar in my jazz.
I'm sorry, but we can't get the materials. The skilled labor is all working on wartime jobs. This is war, and everyone has to put up with some hardships.
Yeah, I guess that's a fact. Can I use your phone?
Who are you going to call, Harry?
Your dad. I'm going to tell him that Washington says he's got to take us back for the duration.
Oh, I don't think he'll mind. This is a time when we all have to make adjustments, accept changes in the way of life we used to know. Changes that will continue in ever-increasing number to affect the lives of those of us who carry on at home. Forging the tools, manufacturing the weapons, to arm the men who fight for us. Men who are giving their lives in the greatest of all changes. The change from peace to war. Changes that affect the parents who have given us those men, given us their sons. Changes such as Howard Vincent O'Brien described with such eloquent simplicity in the Chicago Daily News when he wrote in part, there was no band, no ceremonial. It wasn't even dramatic. A car honked outside and he said, well, I guess that's for me. He picked up his bag and held out his hand. All I could say was, good luck. The door slammed and that was that. Another boy had gone to war. I'd advised waiting for the draft, waiting at least until he was old enough to register. He had smiled and assured me that his mind was made up. He wanted peace, he said. Without peace, what good was living? There was finality in the way he said this. Finality at once grim and gentle. After the door closed behind him, I went upstairs to what had been his room. It was in worse chaos than usual. Clothing was scattered about, sneakers, tennis racket, his phonograph records, letters, invitations to parties he would not now attend. I went then to my room. On the wall was a picture of a little boy, his toothless grin framed in curls. Not much time, I thought, between the making of that picture and the slamming of the front door. Suddenly a queer thing happened. Objects came alive. The house was full of soft voices. They led me up to the attic, to a box of toy soldiers, football helmet, homemade guitar, class pictures, stamp album, penny bank with the lid pried off, a folder stuffed with papers, report cards, a baptismal certificate, a ribbon won in the track meet, faded photographs, one taken on the memorable first day of long pants. That was only yesterday when I had held him in my arms. I remember all the scoldings I had given him, the preachments, the exhortation to a virtue and wisdom that I did not myself possess. I thought, too, of my last inarticulate good luck and wished that I had somehow been able to tell him how much I really loved him. And then I thought, what fools we are with our children, always plotting what we shall make of them, always planning for a future that never comes, always intent on what they may be, never accepting what they are. Well, Curlyhead, you're a man now. I hated to see you go, but I wouldn't have halted you if I could. I can't pretend I'm not sad, but I'm proud, too. Now, so long, son.
Thank you, Walter.
Well, Bing, over 1 million fathers have said, so long, son, and 1 million mothers smile, proud that their son can serve his country, and finding some comfort in the sure knowledge that wherever he serves, the American Red Cross will be serving beside him, doing all it can, as it has always done, in every extremity. Today, the Red Cross faces its greatest job, standing side by side with your fighting sons all over the world. It takes money to keep the Red Cross there, and it's got to be your money. Contribute now, and regularly, and generously, that a shining light of mercy may be kept shining in a very dark world. Give. Give. Give often and generously to the Red Cross.
Among the many traditions of the old Kraft Music Hall is the singing of the Kraft Choral Club on the Thursday before Christmas and Easter. Like all traditions, it takes on a new significance with the years, and this year we feel that any swing toward the spiritual is of the greatest importance. As regular listeners surely must know, the Kraft Choral Club is a group of over 70 fine voices, all of them Kraft workers in Chicago. Naturally, our Prexy J.L. Kraft, who was especially interested in the Kraft Choral Club, feels a great pride in heading a company whose employees have banded together for the joy of singing. As their first song, the Kraft Choral Club, under the direction of Lou Jacobson, sings Were You There? Kraft Choral Club. Lovely, isn't it, Mary?
Yes, being very lovely. It's the kind of singing that seems to come from the heart.
I guess it does, Mary, because the Kraft Choral Club is composed of people who really like to sing. You see what I mean by listening to their second song. As it began to dawn, Kraft Choral Club.
Very, very
everyone here in the... We take this moment to offer Easter greetings to the Kraft Choral Club, our Prexy J.L. Kraft, who makes the club possible, and our Kraft co-workers all over the world. Colorful and exciting treatment of the Spagna Cane, John. Now, suppose you moved me into something Hawaiian. Like sing me a song of the island? Sing me a song of the island. My serenade that the trade winds know. Sing me a song of the island where hearts are high when the moon is low, where rippling waters seem to say, aloha, vaui aue. Bring me the fragrance of ginger, strum your guitar while I dream away. Sing me a song of the island. Aloha, Vauvia. That takes us up to the double bar for this Thursday in the Old Kraft Music Hall. We'll take it from the coda next Thursday. Same time we started tonight when we bring you such distinguished guests as the popular star of the year's finest picture, How Green Was My Valley. That would be Walter Pidgeon. In addition to Walter, we'll have one of the cinema's most promising young comedians, Miss June Havett, who scored so solidly in Pal Joey. And Major John L. DeWitt of the Armed Forces of the United States Army, the Tank Corps to be exact. In addition to this varied group, our usual staff will be on hand: Mary Martin, Victor Borge, the music maids in Hal, John Scott Trotter, Ken Carpenter, and first person singular. Try to be with us, won't you? Until next Thursday, then. Hasta luego.
The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
The Treasury Star Parade brings you by electrical transcription Henry Hull, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and an all-star radio cast presenting a challenge from the youth of Germany to the parents and teachers of America.
Tell the United States that young Germany is in deadly earnest. Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
Who is the savior of Germany?
Our Führer!
And what do we do for our Führer?
We live for our Führer! We die for our Führer! Heil Hitler!
Those, fathers and mothers of America, were the voices of the children of Hitler's New Germany. The children Hitler is educating for death. For they die, even if their bodies go on living. In them are still born all the ideals you American mothers and fathers are planting in your children's fertile minds. In these unchildlike children of Germany is planted no seed of laughter, hope, tolerance, or mercy. Now, all this Gregor Ziemer saw in his years as director of the American Colony School in Berlin. This is his story, taken from first-hand observation and honestly and faithfully recorded in his book, Education for Death. It was a gray, wintry day. I was standing outside our American Colony School in Berlin. School was just being dismissed. At the same time, the students of the German Volksschule across the street were also letting out. Suddenly... Oh, here, what's the difficulty, Peter? Why, my boy, you're bleeding.
They said I was a dirty foreigner. They're throwing stones at me.
All right. No. Take it easy, boy. Take it easy. Just let me handle this. Here comes their headmaster now. I'll take it up with him.
Good morning, Mr. Ziemer. What seems to be the difficulty?
It seems that some of the students from your school have been throwing stones, Herr Rector.
Yeah? Stones? That is too bad. Stones I do not approve of. That is too bad.
Well, I'm glad of that, but what can we do about it?
Do about it? My dear Ziemer, you would not expect me to stop a popular demonstration, would you? These are our future soldiers. They must not be curbed in self-expression. Besides, the boy who was hurt, he is a Jewish boy, is he not?
Your boys seem to have an antipathy toward all foreigners, Herr Rector.
Yeah, perhaps. But you realize, Mr. Ziemer, the whole world is against us. That these boys know that at any time they must be ready to fight for Hitler. I presume they were just practicing a bit.
Yeah, just practicing a bit. Just practicing a bit. Practicing for what? I soon found out. Hitler's doing his job devilishly well. The German schools are educating the boys and girls of Germany for death. Efficiently preparing them as a sacrifice to Hitler, who has said, "Let the children come unto me, for they are mine unto death." I was in the office of Baldur von Schirach, the Marshal of militant young Germany, one day, and I asked him, "When does the Nazi Party become interested in the German child, Herr Marshal?"
Before it is conceived. We make a scientific effort to prevent all undesirables, whether because of race or of physical or mental defects, from being born. Here in Germany, we breed the super race. We have no place for the sick and the weak.
And how are you going to achieve that?
We are sterilizing all women who are unfit to become mothers.
Then I went to the NSV, the National Socialist Welfare Homes for prospective mothers, married and unmarried. The matron told me they were doing everything they could for women who were going to have state children. Such girls deserved special credit for contributing a child to the state. I talked to one girl. Her name was Magda. She didn't mind not having a home or a husband.
I am bringing my child into the world because Adolf Hitler has asked me to. It's not that much nobler, much grander. And do you know what I am hoping? I am hoping that I will have much pain when my baby is born. I want to feel I am going through a great ordeal for the Führer.
And she was only just turned 17. These women were bringing to Hitler their babies as yet unborn. And what of their children?
We keep complete records of the children who are National Socialist Welfare wards, Dr. Ziemer. They are visited regularly by our representatives. We keep them safe for Hitler.
until the schools take them at the age of 6.
And so, a few days later, I went along on her rounds with one of the nurses who checks on state children. In the first home, we found 3 children, blonde and chubby, in the yard at play. What does one see, prompted Fraulein Knobloch.
Heil Hitler!
And do you know who Hitler is?
Hitler is our beloved Führer.
That's right. And you are going to go up and fight for the Führer, nicht wahr, Karl?
Yeah, I'm going to be a leader of a stormtroop. And my brother here, he's going to be a flyer.
I'm sure he is. And then he can drop bombs on Germany's enemies. Come here, Doctor. Let us go. All is well here. Isn't it not wonderful?
But at the next home, all was not so well. A thin, pale woman met us at the door. The Fraulein asked to see her little girl.
My girl. She's dead. She died last week.
What? Then why has the NVS not been informed? You know the rules?
I was sick myself and could not go out. I only took care of the report yesterday at headquarters.
Oh. But come, gnädige Frau. Why so downcast? Why so sad?
I love my little girl.
Hans! My dear woman, you will have other children. Many babies, many more. Women of the Third Reich have no time for weak sentimentality. We have our work to do. I will arrange for several weeks at the home where you were before.
Oh, no, please. Not there. I couldn't bear another child.
Come, there must be no mourning for the dead. Not in our new Germany. Unless you rather not go?
No. No, I want to go.
That was all. We left, and outside Fraulein Knobloch turned to me and said,
Oh, silly woman. Silly.
And then we went to the day nurseries where working people left their children, where the children learned absolute obedience and became acquainted with the Führerprinzip, the leader principle, where every child learned that Hitler was a superman and that he alone could save Germany from her enemies. Hardly able to talk yet, they were learning a new song.
Of Europe until men we are. Believe in our Europe, we live for our Europe, we die for our Europe, till heroes we are.
And I thought of fairy stories, and Mother Goose, and Stevenson's Child's Garden of Verses, and Milne's Rhymes for Children, Alice in Wonderland, and The Wizard of Oz. But they are not taught here. Then I commented on their lovely school, and they chirped, and the teacher beamed at them and demanded,
What are we going to do for the Führer because he has given us this wonderful school?
We will eat and get strong, and then we can help him. We will become soldiers. I want to shoot an Englishman.
It may not be an Englishman you shoot, Hans, but all German boys will grow up and become soldiers. Then they will do what the Führer says. All right? Go on with the song.
We love our Europe.
And then I thought of the slogan of the schools in Germany. Give Hitler a child from the time he learns to talk and think, and he is his. It was the graduation of the 10-year-old boys into the corps of the young folk. 200 of them stood in a courtyard, shivering in the damp air, while a high official of the Hitler Youth Movement stood on the balcony and spoke to them.
You boys must be hard as iron. The Führer has demanded it. But above all, you must be ready and willing to give up your lives for the Führer. He has demanded that too. All German boys are eager to become soldiers for Hitler. We will make Germany a force to be reckoned with. Also!
Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!
And then a fanfare, a sharp command, and around the corner came a color guard of 3 boys with a tattered swastika flag. An official whispered to me, Die Blitzfahne.
The blood flag, Herr Doctor. A member of the squadron to whom it belonged was killed in battle, and it was dipped in his blood. It is a holy flag.
Quickly the boys formed a circle. The high official spoke to them with a sharp command.
Raise your hands. Repeat with me. In the presence of this blood flag, which represents our Führer, I swear to devote my energies, all my strength, to the savior of our country, Adolf Hitler. I am ready and willing to give up my life for him. One people, one nation, one Führer. Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler! Sieg Heil! Heil Hitler! These boys were but 10 years old. Everywhere they were being taught the same things, such things as...
What territories were lost by the Versailles Treaty?
Give three ways of obtaining information by espionage from the enemy.
Recite the accomplishments of the party. Recite the contents of the third chapter of the Manual of Military Instructions. Everywhere in nature, the strong dominate the weak. Who sees that the commands of the leaders are carried out? Soldiers are the most important cog in any state. That is why the Führer wants his boys to be strong, so that they can be the aggressors and the victors, not the victims. What is a democracy?
A government by rich bankers and internationalists. A government in which there's no real leadership. A low type of government made up of weaklings, criminals, and inferior people.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the children of Germany are being taught about democracy, about the United States. Listen to them in their homes, in the kindergartens, their grammar schools, their public institutions. Their voices cry fanatically. Listen to the voice of Germany's Minister of Education.
Tell the United States that young Germany is in deadly earnest.
This is not a world toward life which you are building, Dr. Rust. It is a world sinking toward death. These are not children anymore. They're machines. They're like robots, wound with one thought, one great, terrible, ghastly idea, the wish to die. Our children in America look forward to living. They love their parents. They want to be loved by them.
Your system, the system of democracy, is decadent. It teaches softness. The only parent the child need know is the state. Our sons to die for it. Our daughters to bear children for it.
My girls want to grow up to motherhood too, but they want it with love, with a home, with a husband.
Outworn, stupid place.
Our children believe in prayer, in the Bible, in God.
God is an outworn myth. Our Bible is Mein Kampf. Our God is Hitler.
And there you have it. That is the challenge of Hitlerism to America. What are we going to do about it? He is making fanatical monsters. We must make reasonable human beings. Our democracy is worth getting excited about. We must recognize the gifts we have, but also the obligations that go with them. Let us die for Hitler, cry the German children. Then our slogan must be, let us live for America!
Thank you, Henry Holt. Ladies and gentlemen, how would you feel if you had to step into the gutter to let the Nazis swagger past? How would you feel working 60 hours a week for 30 hours pay? How would you feel watching your wife go hungry and your children faced with the prospect of a lifetime of slavery? Never. I can almost hear you say that. We must never let that happen in America. We will fight. We are fighting. We will work harder and faster and better. We must invest in more war bonds and stamps so that the Nazi nightmare will be wiped from the face of the earth and freedom will be the heritage of our children as it was our heritage.
Tonight from historic West Point, the Columbia Network starts a series of 6 broadcasts designed to help the War Department's campaign to make our soldiers not only the best equipped, but best informed fighting men in the entire world. In every camp in the United States and in every outpost throughout the world, soldiers of our Army are listening to this broadcast. Each Thursday night at this time,
CBS will visit an Army outpost to broadcast a talk by experts on causes, issues, and strategy of war. Edward R. Murrow is tonight's speaker, and the remaining participants in the 6-week series will be Lee White, William L. Shirer, Herbert Agar, Quentin Reynolds, and Sergeant York. Now Major General F.B. Wilby is about to introduce tonight's speaker to the 1,500 enlisted men, cadets, and officers gathered in the War Department Theater. General Wilby.
Ladies and gentlemen, officers and ladies of the post, enlisted men stationed here at West Point, we are happy to have with us at West Point tonight one of the great correspondents of the Second World War, Mr. Edward R. Murrow, Chief of the European News Staff of the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. Murrow, amid the hail of Nazi bombs on the British capital, gave us a vivid picture of that great wounded city weathering a new kind of war. Tonight, Mr. Murrow makes what may be his last public appearance in this country before returning to London. He speaks to you at West Point and by radio to American soldiers in all posts in this country and overseas. His subject, the road to war. Mr. Murrow.
General Wilby, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rather frightening. Twice in the last 10 minutes, someone has come out here and urged you to react in some way, to laugh or applaud, and you have almost been invited to sleep. If you do, it will be no new experience. Because during the nights of heavy raids in London, we worked from an underground studio, and it was not at all uncommon for our friends to come down and sleep quite comfortably while we did a broadcast to the United States. Well, gentlemen, we have 12 and a half minutes in which to traverse the highway to war. And since the beginnings of that highway go back some 25 years, we shall have to proceed at a rate of something like 2 years per minute. We might begin this sorry tale with the League of Nations, or with Manchuria, or with Abyssinia, or the Rhineland, non-intervention in Spain, or the rape of Austria. Perhaps it would be better to start with the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, or even the German-Russian Pact. But it would be, I think, a mistake to place undue emphasis upon any single incident. There are certain landmarks that keep appearing and reappearing on this highway to war. If we look back at each crisis, each period of tension, we observe familiar terrain. This long and miserable road is littered with broken promises, irresolute policies, and the ghosts of timid statesmen who failed to recognize their enemies and who underestimated the strength of their opponents. Manchuria fell to the Japanese because there was no unity between London and Washington. The Italians overran Abyssinia because the democracies sought refuge in words and sanctions they failed to apply. Austria died without battle because she had committed the crime of being small. Czechoslovakia went down betrayed by her friends. Men and women in the so-called democracies said the Germans were fanatics, and they failed to remember the strength of fanaticism. In France, in Britain, and in the United States, people laughed at the policy of guns instead of butter. We failed to understand that the Germans would use those guns to go and get the butter, our butter. Each time Hitler mouthed his last territorial demand, some people believed him, failing to realize that there is no truce and there can be no compromise with the totalitarian mind. All along this highway to war, we may see the faces of men and women who didn't want to be disturbed, who feared to make sacrifices and grave decisions. We were in a valley with few heroic men and few heroic measures. Men began to say, is there any conviction worth fighting for? We became experts at delay and evasion and self-delusion. We were turning out of our institutions of higher learning, though certainly not out of this institution, men and women with a sense of privilege rather than a sense of responsibility. The objective was to gain a higher standard of living at the cost of the society that had made possible the superior intellectual training. So far as the rest of the world was concerned, we were putting on a cheap veneer of easy cynicism. We were sitting back behind our oceans with a holier-than-thou expression, saying, "Look at those miserable Europeans. What a mess they're making of things again." None of us can avoid some share of the blame for that sleep-stumbling through a world where bestial brigands were seizing power and plotting our downfall. Their plans were poured into a mold labeled "When War Comes." Our plans were made on the basis of "If War Comes." There was never a time when the forces of decency and democracy could not have cried halt. But we feared, and we failed to exercise our power, for we were men of little faith. Minds became dulled and numbed as a result of repeated tales of horror and bloodletting. The democracies retreated from the world leadership, and they were devoured one by one. I wandered about Europe and watched it happen. Most of you will remember the tales about how the German tanks and armored cars broke down and littered the highways leading to Vienna. How the German High Command failed to reach its objective on schedule, even when they were occupying a country without resistance. Those stories were not true. Those of us who were there at the time knew they were false and said so. But the world preferred to believe the stories of obsolete equipment and inadequate planning. It was more comfortable so. Refusal to admit German planning and German power made it possible to postpone unpleasant decisions and sacrifices. Those who told of the suicides and the beatings in Vienna on those days and nights were labeled warmongers. And after all, people said, weren't the Austrians Germans? And perhaps they wanted the Germans to come in. We failed to understand the scope of the plan and the ruthlessness of the men who were executing it. When Czechoslovakia was tramped in the gutter, most of us preferred to pass by on the other side of the road. Let no one say that Mr. Chamberlain failed in those days to act in accordance with the wishes of the majority. The British didn't want war, and he avoided it. When that announcement came out of Munich, there was a sigh of relief throughout the island. There were many expressions of regret at the price that would be paid by Czechoslovakia. But many of us failed to realize that Britain and France and Poland and the Low Countries and the United States would pay part of that price, too. Payment was merely postponed, for there was no truce, and there can be no compromise. In the years that followed Munich, the people of Britain came to realize that. And when on that sunny Sunday morning, Mr. Chamberlain, employing an understatement, said, "It is evil things we will be fighting against," there was almost a sigh of relief went through that island from Land's End to John O'Groats. The recurring crises and periods of tension had passed, and the issue had been joined, and there would be no more retreating. At least, that's what we thought. But the war didn't come at once. The German armies crunched through Poland, while friends of mine sat at that shortwave transmitter on a little wooded knoll outside Warsaw and asked for the help that never came. After the Germans had overrun the rich black earth of Poland, there was a lull. Nothing happened. Some called it a phony war, others a sitzkrieg. In Britain there was darkness, but the war seemed almost remote. In the early spring, the Germans struck at Norway, and the British hastily assembled an expeditionary force, but Norway was lost. I talked with many of those men who came back from Norway. Their story was the same as that of the men who later came back from Dunkirk, from Greece, and from Crete. They said, "Where were our aircraft? Why did our anti-aircraft guns arrive without predictors? Why was it on May 10th, when the German armies came scything up through Belgium, there was not a single round of armor-piercing ammunition available to the British forces on the continent?" It was because the planning had been inadequate and the estimate of the enemy had been incorrect. After France fell, there came the Battle of Britain. And day after day, the German planes came over the island. They came at night as well. I remember one morning talking with a sergeant from an anti-aircraft battery in Hyde Park. And the guns had been hot all night, and the streets had been full of the raving roar of guns. And I asked him if he'd hit anything. And he said, spent all night shooting at nothing and hitting it every time. Even on the darkest days, the British retained their sense of humor and they fought this war in a fashion that was grim and gay. One night they knocked the glass out of about 3 blocks, an area of 3 blocks. The next morning a little cockney with a scarf and a greasy cap was sweeping up the broken glass with a big push broom. A crowd gathered to watch him. He suddenly stopped and twirled that big broom in the air and said, "Hitler's blinking housemaid." That's me. That was on a morning when many men, save Englishmen, despaired of England's life. We, on the other hand, sent them lease land material, but it was a bitter thing to go down to a city on the morning after a raid, read a little box in the local paper reporting that another 10 or 20,000 American workmen had gone out on strike. We were retreating from our responsibilities. We would all have understood our responsibilities. We'd had an opportunity to talk with the men who came to that island from Norway, from Holland, from France, men who literally sought liberty or death. Well, the first question they asked, and they were asking it before we entered this war, was what of the United States? Because they knew that we were their sole source of promise and of hope, and that the decisions would be ours. It is clear, I think, that we have traveled a highway from neutrality and indifference through cash and carry, lease lend, to Pearl Harbor. As a nation, we have argued and debated each step of the way. That's our tradition. Great nations do not go to war lightly, for wars are much easier to start than to stop, as our enemies will discover. The road to peace is obscured by the smoke of battle. Certainly it will be no easy road to travel. Men and nations may fall by the wayside. But in the end of the day, at the end of the road, we shall break the hearts of those people who plan to enslave us. This is a test of wills. Our enemies have won great victories, and these victories have been due not alone to a superiority in tanks, aircraft, and equipment. They have been stronger in arms because they were stronger in heart. Our faith must be greater than their faith. We shall reach the end of this highway not only as a result of superior firepower, but as a result of greater appetite.
That was Edward R. Murrow speaking to officers, cadets, and soldiers at West Point on the road to war. First in a series of 6 from Army camps on What Are We Fighting For? American soldiers in every corner of the globe are listening to this broadcast. Next Thursday at this same time, 6:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Lee White will be heard from Fort George, Meade, Maryland on the war to date. John Tillman speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. There's danger on the trail ahead. Hail, Silver!
In the town of Mountain City, Ma Collins managed the Great Western Fur Warehouse. In her home, the middle-aged woman was talking to John Maitland, the town marshal.
Of all the scheming, conniving tricks, that one by Tom Turner beats all. I hope the coyote stays in jail till it turns green.
The trouble is, Ma Collins, I don't know who's going to bring the charges against him.
What do you mean?
Well, the warehouse he burned was the Webster warehouse. The only one that's got a real complaint is the Webster Company.
Well, sakes alive, he tried to burn Jim Blake and the Lone Ranger with the warehouse.
Yeah, they can squirm out of that charge.
Yeah, but he tried to make the hunters think they'd lost their furs in the fire, so he could have the furs and not have to pay for them.
The hunters have got their furs back.
Do you mean to say that after all the scheming Turner did, the only charge against him is burning the warehouse?
Yeah, that's about the way it is.
Then there's something wrong with the law.
I won't argue that point.
Won't Webster himself file charges?
He hasn't so far. I've been expecting to hear from him.
Webster's never showed up around here, has he?
No. He keeps in the background and lets an agent handle the Mountain City end of his business. He's got warehouses all over the fur country.
Well, what if Webster won't bring the charges?
Then there's not much I can do about Turner. Have to let him go.
Of all the...
I know, Ma Collins.
You think maybe Webster's afraid to bring charges against Turner?
Well, that's the way it looks to me. I think Turner did just what Webster told him to do. Oh, is Madge around?
Oh, so that's it, huh? You called to see Madge.
Well,
Go on, admit it, Maitland.
Of course, I like to see you, too.
Yeah, but my daughter's more your age, huh? Well, it's all right with me, John. Have you spoken to her yet?
Spoken to her?
Oh, go on. I can tell when I see a man in love. Same goes for a girl. I don't think Madge exactly squints when she looks at you.
Well, do you really think she cares something about me?
Why don't you ask her?
Oh, gee.
But let me tell you, Maitland, you better speak up quick. You've got a rival in these parts.
I have?
Ever since the fire at the Webster warehouse, Madge has been talking about the Lone Ranger.
Oh.
If that gent was to walk into this house right now with Madge here and start talking, I bet she'd just go limp. I never saw a girl admire a man like she does that one.
Well, maybe I should get me a mask, huh?
Oh, you're not worried, huh?
No. I guess the Lone Ranger's a heap too busy to spend time talking to pretty girls.
Is he still around here?
Well, I don't know as to that, but I bet if there's any more deviltry like Tom Turner tried, he'll show up plenty quick. Mo, between the two of us, the Lone Ranger's trying to get the goods on Webster.
On Webster?
That's right.
Has Webster busted any law?
Not that can be proved, but he was into some sort of organization that threatened to undermine the government. It was called the Black Era.
He was, huh?
The Lone Ranger knows that, but he can't prove it. That's why he wants to see Webster jailed. He don't care what it's for as long as Webster lands in the calaboose for a long time.
I hear a horse being reined up. Maybe that's Madge.
Golly, maybe it is. Does my tie look straight?
Oh, sure, your tie's straight, and the part of your hair is straight.
Oh, that can't be Madge.
I'll go see who 'tis. Set yourself down again and wait there. Oh, howdy. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for John Maitland. I heard that he was here.
Well, that's John Maitland sitting over there.
How do you do?
Howdy, man.
May I come in for a minute?
Oh, sure. Step in. Sorry for not thinking of it myself.
You're the town marshal, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
You have a man locked up in jail?
Mm-hmm, two of them. One named Turner, the other called Butch. His real name is Laughlin.
You're a stranger around here, aren't you, miss?
Yes, I just arrived.
Well, the train's not due for a week.
I drove a buckboard from Cragg's Bluff.
Oh. Reckon you got there by stagecoach, huh? Or maybe you live in Cragg's Bluff.
No, I don't live there.
Oh. What'd you say your name was?
Well, my name doesn't matter. Well, you can call me a messenger from Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster?
Of the fur company?
Yes.
Oh, sort of a rival of mine, huh?
Oh, no, please don't say that.
Did you have business with Turner and Butch? Why'd you ask about them?
I suppose you haven't heard from Mr. Webster about them yet.
No.
I didn't think so. That's the reason I came. What are the charges against them?
Arson. They set fire to the Webster warehouse.
They did a lot of other things, too. They tried to swindle everyone around here out of the furs. They tried to kill the Lone Ranger.
I heard about that. I suppose the Lone Ranger has gone away from here now, hasn't he?
Well, we haven't seen anything of him since fire.
But he's not far away. You can bet on that.
How do you know, Marshal?
I've heard about the way the Lone Ranger works. He'll know what goes on around Mountain City, and if there's any more scheming by agents from the Webster outfit, he'll show up mighty sudden.
Webster agents?
Right. The first one is in jail for keeps. The second one, that's Tom Turner, he's in jail awaiting trial.
If Webster's got the nerve to bring charges against him.
I see.
You said something about being here for Mr. Webster.
Yes, I'm here to act for Mr. Webster. Can we go to your office, Marshal?
I reckon so.
Now?
Right now. Come on, miss.
Tom Turner and his accomplice Butch sat in the jail discussing the chances of going free. Turner was much more confident than Butch.
Webster won't make a move against us, Butch. Don't you worry about that.
Are you sure? Webster's got to do something, or everybody will think he was behind the burning of the warehouse.
He was. The whole thing was his idea.
Yeah, but he can't let anybody know about it. Webster'd see our necks stretch and think nothing of it. We don't mean anything to him.
Oh, we don't, eh?
Well, do we?
We do.
How's that?
How do you think I got my orders?
About burning the warehouse?
Sure. I was told everything we was to do. I was told how to raise the price we paid for furs so we could get all the furs that owners could get together. Then when they was all in the warehouse, they was be taken out at night and the warehouse set fire to.
I know, but when you figured it...
And I got all those orders in a letter from Mr. Webster himself.
You did?
Sure. And I kept that letter. You don't think I'm fool enough to burn it up like it said, do you?
You still got it?
I have. And in a safe place, too. Let Webster file charges against us and see what happens. I'll make him wish he hadn't.
Doggone, Turner, you got more sense than I thought you had.
Someone just came into the other room.
Yeah, like it's John Maitland.
Maybe so. He's coming this way. Sounds like his steps.
Yeah.
Is that you, John?
Yep. Well, how you doing here in the jail?
Oh, not bad. But you can't keep us here much longer.
No? And why not?
What are the charges against us? When do we get a trial, or don't we get one? Maybe you can't find anyone to appear against us at the trial. How about that?
You got to try us or turn us loose, John. You know the law.
Oh, you boys will get your day in court. Don't worry about that.
We will, huh?
And I suppose Mr. Webster is going to accuse us of setting fire to his warehouse.
That's it, boys.
What?
The bill of complaint is all made out.
Oh, but it can't.
Where is Webster?
Oh, he didn't come here in person. He sent an agent.
Someone to take my job. Oh, well, I'll...
Take it easy, Turner. You won't do a thing. You're charged with enough to jail you for 10 years.
He can't do that. He can't get away with that. Let me out of here for a minute. Just let me out for a little while. That's all I ask. I'll show him a few things.
Now, take it easy.
Easy nothing. Let me out of this place just long enough to get something. That's all I want. You can go with me. You can send a dozen men to guard me.
Turner, you're here to stay, and that's that. And Butch, the same goes for you.
I won't do it. I'll get out. I'll get out and make Webster change his mind. I'll get out of here if that's the last thing I ever do. You listen to me, John Maitland. I'm telling you, Webster's to blame as much as I am. You pay for what he does to me. You'll pay 10 times over.
That night, Tonto went to the camp in the woods where the Lone Ranger was waiting. The Indian brought a report from town that surprised the masked man.
Webster's really going to go through with it? That's what feller in town say. Turner plenty mad. Him say Webster double cross.
Did the Webster come to town?
No.
And then who did?
Tonto not know. Webster agent come. Tell Marshal to press charge against prisoner.
Well, I suppose Webster had to do it. I didn't think he would. I wonder if Turner will tell anything about Webster.
Me not know that.
I hope Turner might have information that would prove that Webster was giving all the orders. That's what we're after. Now, I guess...
What matter?
Well, Webster has kept himself in the clear. There's nothing against him, or he wouldn't have dared turn against Turner. I wonder if... What's the matter, Silver?
Me go see.
Steady, boy. What is it? What do you hear?
Him look to west. Hear sound that way.
Can you hear anything, Tonto?
Oh, me not hear anything.
Wait, listen for a minute. Steady, Silver.
Look that way. Light over there, through trees.
I see a Tonto, a fire of some sort.
It get bigger all time. Plenty big fire now.
Plenty big fella. We'll have a look at it. Come on, Silver.
Come up, Scout.
The fire's burning fast. Keep back a little, Tonto, in case it's a trap.
Me not see anyone near fire.
Neither do I. But look at it burn. Pull there, Silver. Tonto, that fire was set to attract someone. That's no campfire, nothing but brushwood.
That's right.
Fire was to bring you. Here, reach this.
Wasabi, that voice a girl.
I hear her riding away.
Me go
No,
find
Tonto. She doesn't want us to follow her. Wait till I see what's on the message she's tossed to us. Steady, fella. After her on the rock.
What message say?
She's helped us so many times in the past. Now she's followed us all the way down here from Deadwood. Tonto, I'm afraid we're in for a lot of trouble.
Oh, we have plenty trouble other times, too.
But this is something I don't like. John Maitland is a marshal. He's in charge of the jail.
That's right.
The men who help him guard the jail are all good citizens. I don't like to fight men like that.
We fight them?
We've got to let them shoot at us. We've got to pose as friends of Tom Turner and his partner, Butch. We've got to get them out of jail.
And when we start?
As soon as we can get ready.
In town, while the shadows of night surrounded the jail, John Maitland spoke to two of his friends who were on guard.
Turner's desperate, so keep a sharp watch. There's no telling what might happen before morning.
Now, don't worry, John. We'll be on the job.
I'd like for something to happen. If only those two would try to bust out of the jail, we'd have a good reason to start shooting.
Don't take any chances at all. If there's any move made to get them out of the jail, shoot. I'll be right across the way at my house. I'll come on the run if I hear a shot.
Right.
And there's one thing more. I don't know about the friends of the prisoners, but you can be sure they've got some.
I reckon so.
There's a plenty of men that work for the Webster Fur Company. Maybe they got friends among them.
Be on the watch for men outside the jail as well as the two that are in.
We will.
All right. And I'll be...
What is it?
Jeb, look over yonder. Right between my house and the one next to it. You see anything moving there?
It's hard to tell. It's pretty dark.
I see something. I see it now.
Me too.
Zeb. I got him. He's forward.
What did you shoot for? We don't know who it is you shot.
Well, whoever it is, I got him. There won't be no jailbreak while I'm on guard.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger received a message from the mysterious girl, he realized that it would call for all his skill to get Tom Turner and Butch out of the jail without hurting John Maitland and the other guards. One of the guards, seeing a moving figure between two buildings, suddenly fired his rifle. The figure dropped to the ground. Maitland and the others ran toward him.
Confound it, Chet. You shouldn't be so handy with your shooting iron.
Well, anyone that's around the jail at this time of night's got no business there.
He wasn't around the jail at all. He was across the road between a couple of buildings.
Well, got no business there either.
Here he is. He's flat on his face.
Hey, looks like a redskin.
Wish there was more light here. We can't see how bad he's hit.
Can't even see if he's someone we knew. Here, we'll take him inside my house. Pick him up. Jeb, you take his feet.
Right. I'll go ahead and open the door.
All right, Kit.
He's plenty heavy.
Hang on now.
If If I do say so myself, John, that was mighty fine shooting I done. I wouldn't have believed I could hit him.
Well, old Jeb, why'd you have to be a crack shot now of all times?
Well, fact is, John, I didn't mean to hit him. I fired to scare him more than anything. Figured that if he was on the level, he'd say something. Otherwise, he'd clear out.
I might have known it. If you wanted to miss him, you should have aimed at him. You never hit what you aim at.
If I did, I'd turn hunter.
The door's open. Watch your step now. Careful of him, Jeb.
I am.
I'll strike a match and see if I can find the lamp.
Right under the window on the table, kid.
Right, I'll get it.
Say, what's that?
It's trouble outside.
Let this man to the floor. Hurry, Jeb, down. We gotta see what's going on.
Hurry up now. Hurry.
You hear that jailbreak? Come on.
Turner's out of the jail. Well, there they go. They got horses.
The men are coming from the cafe.
There they go. Oh, they got away. Somebody helped them. Look at the door of the jail. It's wide open.
John Maitland, where are you? Where's your guards? That ornery polecat busted out of jail.
There wasn't a chance to overtake Turner and Butch. On horses taken from the hitch rack near the cafe, they raced out of town, and before anyone could start in pursuit, were lost in the night. Dejected and bitter, John Maitland had nothing to say in his own defense. He turned toward his house with Mark Collins at his side.
I don't hold you to blame, John, but hang it all.
Oh, there's no use explaining how it all happened.
I was to blame, Ma. You can hold it against me for shooting the man.
You? Who'd you shoot?
He's in my house. We was just about to try and patch him up when the trouble started. Well, Kit, you go on and light the lamp like you started to do.
Right. I'll have it going in a second.
Careful where you step in the house here. The wounded man is in the middle of the floor.
1 second now.
You don't know who you shot?
No, ma'am. It was too dark to see, and we didn't have a chance to look at him.
Well, here's the lamp.
Well, where is he now?
Jumping Juniper, he's gone.
Where was he?
Oh, right here in the middle of the floor, but he's gone now. Where'd he go?
No sign of him at all.
I don't see no marks on the floor. He couldn't have been wounded very bad.
What's this?
Huh?
Something here on the... Great day, John Maitland. Take a look.
A bullet. Likely fell from the critter's cartridge belt.
Take a close look. That bullet didn't drop by accident. That there hunk of metal is called silver.
Silver?
A silver bullet?
You mean the man with... The one Jeb hit? Ma, Kit, Jeb. Could it be that the Lone Ranger was here?
The next day, John Maitland came to the home of Mark Collins with a grim expression on his face and a folded piece of paper in his hand. He closed the door behind him and spoke directly to the point.
I'm looking for the girl that was here yesterday, Ma. Have you seen her?
Not since yesterday. Why?
I want to talk to that girl. I've got some mighty important questions to ask her. There's some funny business going on here, and I don't like it.
How about Tom Turner and Butch? You got any trace of them yet?
No.
Well, now, where do you suppose
I'm not looking for them anymore. I called in the men.
After them escaping from jail like they did, John Maitland, why don't you
I'm
go...
a heap more interested in finding that girl. You dead sure you haven't seen her?
Well, I told you I hadn't.
She sure dropped out of sight mighty sudden.
Well, what's the trouble? What's she done?
That's what I want to know. I want to know why she came here saying she was a representative of Webster and ready to file charges against the men in jail.
Well, but
This is a telegram from Webster.
Oh, what'd you say?
When I couldn't find the girl this morning, I sent a message to Webster to see if he knew anything about her. He didn't.
Webster didn't know about her?
Not a thing. And what's more, he don't intend to make trouble for Tom Turner. Says that he hasn't the time to come here and bring the charges against Turner.
Oh, sakes alive. That ought to prove that Webster directed all the things that Turner did. The burning of the warehouse and all.
It don't prove a thing.
But it seems to me
Ma
that...
Collins, a warehouse was burned down. That's about all that happened. We can't prove any attempted murder.
But burning down the warehouse
That
ought
was
to
a
be...
crime against the Webster Fur Company. Webster's the one that has to file the complaint. If he won't do it, we can't hold Turner and Butch.
Oh.
His refusal to file a complaint is reasonable enough. He's a busy man, a mighty busy man. And time is money to him. He figures that sending Turner to jail won't get back the warehouse, so there's nothing to be gained by it. And I can savvy that.
But an ordinary schemer like Turner running loose and at large. But John is downright dangerous to the community.
Webster don't give a hang about the community. He's thinking of his pocketbook.
Thinking of his neck, if you ask me. He's scared that Turner will tell a few things about him. That's why he's willing to let Turner go free.
Well, that's neither here nor there, though. What I want to know is this. Where's that girl, and why she come here saying she was from the Webster Company? What was her scheme?
Doggone if I know. Say, did you hear anything further about the Lone Ranger?
No.
But it was a silver bullet that was found in your house last night.
It was.
Well, then... Oh, shucks, I can't make head or tail out of the way things have happened around here in the past 24 hours. Seems like they must all hitch up some way, but I can't figure out. Excuse me a minute, John. Maybe that's the girl. Yes? Oh.
Me want Marshal.
John.
Redskin.
Say, I've seen you before.
You seen me last night. You come plenty close to shooting me.
Well, then you're the one. Great guns. I thought for a time you was dead.
Oh, me play possum last night.
But what drat it, you might have been killed.
Oh, feller not good shot. Hunter not take much risk. You come now, huh? Lone Ranger want you.
The Lone Ranger?
Lone Ranger, John, he wants you.
I'm with you, Tonto. Come on.
And get other fella, too. Maybe 2 guards.
2 guards? You want them, too? Jeb and Kit. I'll get them right away and be with you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Ma, if that girl shows up in the meantime, you tell her to wait. I want to speak to her.
I'll tell her, but I don't guarantee she'll stay around.
Girl not come back.
You know?
Her work finished here. Her go away now. Maybe never come back to Mountain City. Now we go, huh?
I'm right with you. Let's shove off.
In a cabin some distance away, Turner and Butch sat behind a heavily barricaded door. On the table close at hand, there were several rifles and 3 pistols, together with a lot of ammunition. The windows of the place had been boarded up, but small slits had been left, through which the 2 might fire at anyone who came too close.
We can make a stand here if we have to, Butch.
Yeah, but for how long?
And if we was near a real town, I wouldn't figure we had a chance. But you know what Mountain City's like. Nothing at all through most of the year. The only time there's anyone in town is when the trappers and hunters come in with their furs. I don't figure there'll be much of a force to come and get us.
Maybe no one at all come.
And we'll stick around for a time and see. Then if we see our chance to slip away, well, we'll do it. Just let me get this letter to Webster in the mail, and then we won't have anything to be afraid of.
That double-crossing snake. Can you imagine him bringing charges against us?
He likely figured I wouldn't save his letters. Well, I did. And he better watch his step.
I'd still like to know who helped us get out of jail last night.
It was probably some of the Webster men who didn't want it known that they was with us.
Good thing we had a lot of guns and rifles stored away here.
Yeah,
What's the matter?
I heard a horse.
Yeah?
Take that window. I'll peek through the slit in the door. See if you can see anyone.
Right. Hey, Turner, look here.
Who is it?
John Maitland.
Maitland? How'd he locate us?
Take a look. He ain't alone.
Kit and Jeb with him. And that redskin. That's the Indian friend of the Lone Ranger. Butch, what are they doing here?
Can't you guess? They're after us.
Yeah, I'll give them a reception. Stand back.
Wait. Don't shoot him, Turner. That'll give him a murder charge against us.
I'll just warn them.
That's a warning. We're armed in here and we don't come out.
Hang it all. How'd they locate this hideout?
They want you, Tony. You better give up. Not on your life. We can drill you from here, Maitland, and you can't get a shot at us. Clear out before we open fire.
Don't have a chance, Tony.
No? Then try and come after us. Just you try it and see what happens.
They're not coming. They're just standing there.
We can stand here as long as they can stand there.
Don't turn. Stay where you are.
What?
Turner, he's behind us.
Up those guns.
That's a masked man's voice.
You're captured, Turner. Give up and you'll be given a fair trial. Now take the barricade off that window and be quick about it. No tricks.
He can't be here. It's a trick of some sort. Hey!
I told you not to turn.
He's outside. He's got his gun through the slit in the boards.
That's right, Butch. You forgot that the slit you left can be used to fire into the room as well as out of it. Now take down those boards.
Do what he says, Butcher. I just got a mail to Webster. I'll bet we won't be in jail very long.
I hope you're right.
Now get out that window.
We're going. Don't fire again.
Back here, Turner.
Just keep your hands the way they are, Turner, and you won't get hurt.
Take over, Mason. You're prisoners.
We got him. We'll put ropes on him pronto.
I reckon you critters don't have much for thinking. You never realized that we come into view just to draw you two to the window so the Lone Ranger could cover you from the other side. How's that for tying, John?
It'll hold this one. Stand aside, Butch. Look Turner over.
We were tricked.
As neat as you please.
Get the horses, Tonto.
Me get them.
Turner, I suppose you'd also like to know who let you out of jail.
Yes, I would.
The Lone Ranger let you out, Turner, just so you'd go after that evidence you had against Webster. Search him, boys.
We sure will. Keep your hands up, Turner. We'll see what we can find.
Double cross.
You see, the Lone Ranger figured that you might have something against Webster. Figured that maybe he wouldn't file charges against you on account of it.
We have. You got the letters.
Here they are.
Well, I can't take credit for it. It was the idea of a girl who came here and made out that she was an agent for the Webster office, and that Webster was going to bring charges against you. That made you mighty sore. And now we'll see what comes of it.
Here, Silver, Kimasabi.
All right, Tonto. Get ready.
Huh? Be ready now.
How about it, Maitland? Now have you evidence?
Well, of all things. These letters aren't signed.
Not signed?
No, they're addressed to Turner all right, but Webster was too smart to sign them. Maybe he had someone else write them, too. So they wouldn't even be in his handwriting.
And we haven't any...
We can't prove a thing against Webster. But we got one thing.
What's that we got, John?
These letters are sure enough proof that Turner and Butch planned to set fire to the warehouse. And they're proof that they schemed to get the furs from the hunters without paying for them.
They're not proof of anything if Webster don't appear against them.
Oh, yes, they are, Turner. Without them, we wouldn't be able to prove anything. But with them... And with this letter you've written to Webster, you're as good as jail for keeps right now.
Tonto, we still have to get the head man. Steady, big boy. Come on, Webster's the one we want.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Oh, Silver!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Soldiers, sailors, Marines, sound off. Well, greetings to all you effervescent cats. Hoist your anchors and hold on to your hats. Effervescent old bouncing Bill Goodwin, circling up to sound off with the gravy train. Well, you'll hear the 4 tunes that pulled the biggest majority of swing votes for your tune parade today. Your favorite foursome, and they're that and then some. Special Service, Los Angeles, USA, says the road is clear, so here they come. Number 4, you'll adore. It's sweet, fine, and mellow. A current hit that abounds in dicty dialogue. It's well liked by the gang in England. The tune, Every Night About This Time. Kay Kaiser's music with Harry Babbitt in the flare light.
Every night about this time, oh, how I miss you. I drift into our old rendezvous. Every night about this time, the gang keeps on asking why you're not around, and I keep pretending that you're just out of town. Every night about this time, those memories haunt me, wondering too who's dancing with you. Every night about this time, and whenever they croon our favorite tune, a tear falls with every rhyme. Oh, how every night about this time. Every night about this time, those memories haunt me, wondering too who's dancing with you. Every night about this time, and whenever they croon our favorite tune, a tear falls with every rhyme. Oh, how I miss you. Every night about this time, every night about this time.
And the reason that tune is on the hit list is self-explanatory. Well, a big group of somebodies like to batch a novelty sweet swing in the Merrimack manner. Number 2 on your tune parade. This is a killer, Mr. Miller. It rolls along just like its title. Okayed by ballots from Greenland, we take you rolly-o rollin' along with the aforementioned Merrimacks. Your pack saddle will come in very handy. Shoot the candy, chillin'.
Tommy told Mabel we just won't be able to use my car anymore.
I won't worry, honey, a Sunday that's sunny, and
We'll go out as before. On a bike built for two, I'll go riding with you. We'll go rolling along. It's the grandest machine, doesn't need gasoline. Just go rolling along. Our hearts will be riding in rhythm, the breeze singing love's sweetest song. Over valley and hill there is no greater thrill than rolling along.
on a bike built for two, I'll go riding with you. We'll go rolling along. It's the grandest machine, doesn't need gasoline. Just go rolling along.
Our hearts will be riding in rhythm, the breeze singing love's sweetest song.
Over valley and hill there is no greater thrill than rolling
rolling along. Patriotic, honey, on a day that's sunny, we'll be saving gas and we'll be saving money, rolling along. We need rubber for the nation in this situation. If we want some recreation, we can go rolling along.
I'll be seeing lots of you while we're riding together.
As a healthy builder-upper, we can't go wrong. So get on your bike and paddle low, for Mother Nature's telling everyone to go rolling along. Rolling along.
Now you better nail down the tent before you wonder where it went. This here is a blockbuster. Attention, men. It ain't no sin to invite this thing in. It's your sound-off special for this riff romp. A gem from the varied index of swing that rocks and rolls with the best of the rest. Dressed up in a reed beat kept alive by a solid drive, we give you the cross-country jump, as played by the trumpet-tootin' tanglefoot Harry James and his crew. Sound off! Well, now let me down off this cloud so I can gaze at the crowd. Why don't you nudge in closer and get a load of the #1 sparkler that's taking the elevator for your tune parade department? It's as smooth as the buttons on a yardbird's fatigues. Votes from China hit the target, so here's the honey don't get around much anymore, with that other honey, Lena Horne, relating the words, and Louis Armstrong playing the spots. By the way, our studio is chock full of cats who dropped in especially to hear Miss Horne. Lena.
Mr. Saturday dance, heard they crowded the floor. I couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. Thought I'd go to my club. Got as far as the door. They might have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Darling, I guess my mind's more at ease. Nevertheless, why stir up memories? Been invited on dates. Might have gone, but what for? It's awfully different without you. Don't kid around much anymore. Darling, I know my mind's more at ease. Nevertheless, why stir up memories? Been invited on days. Might have gone, but what for? It's awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore, darling. Don't get around much anymore.
Well, pardon me while I lead the applause for that fine rendition. Well, that's the end, men, so we take to the woods while you men dream up some more beauties to sound off. The method is strictly elementary. Pick your pet song or tune, get all the votes you can for it, and send them to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. The rest is past history. Dig the system? Solitude. This is Bouncin' Bill Goodwin reminding you that Sound Off is presented for you fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
What's that? Oh, telephone. Confound it. The first chance a man gets sleep in this country, and that blamed telephone has to wake me up. I should let it ring till doomsday. Yes? Yes, this is San Canyon Airport. Oh, this is Don Thurman speaking. Yeah, there's a plane here. Where? Mantella. Well, I don't care much for that trip across the desert, but if you need the plane, they're willing to pay me for flying it to you. It will make it $600 and it's a deal. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Yeah, you can expect me in about 7 hours if everything goes all right. Yeah, fine. And have that 600 waiting for me. I'll need it at Mantella. Let's see. Northeast, 13 degrees. And Mantella lies in that direction. I'm going to buck a headwind most of the way, I'm afraid. And those mountains worry me. They're dangerous. Let's see now. Over this way, it's Santia. No, not that way for me. If I ever ended up in Santia, well, I wouldn't want to bet anything on my chances of getting to that place and coming out to tell about it. I can't stay up here much longer. That sandstorm over the desert's getting worse every minute. I can't see a thing down there. Thick as pea soup. Oh, confound it, there goes the motor, choked up with sand. Well, here goes. I can't see where I'm heading, but maybe I can bring her in on her belly. War drums. Trouble. They've been pounding in my ears for hours. Oh, my eyes blinded by that awful sandstorm. I can't see. Don't know whether it's day or night. All I know is that someone found me out there on that desert and brought me here. Is that someone? Someone there.
I have come to take you to the king. You will be placed in the den of the leopards.
Leopards?
It is our custom here to feed uninvited guests as a sacrifice to the leopards of the pit.
What is this?
It nears the time of the full moon. When the moon is full, its rays affect our leopards, maddens them, makes them vicious beyond control. Only the flesh of man will quiet them. And only the king can perform the ceremony of sacrifice.
King? What king?
King of Santia.
Am I at Santia?
You are. Yes, you have come where white man is forbidden.
But my plane was forced down on the desert. I was purposely avoiding Santia. I was trying to reach Mantella.
You were 500 miles from Mantella.
But I can't be. I was only in that storm for a few hours.
The storm has been raging for 3 days.
3 days? Why, I've been only 2 hours on the desert. The storm came up only a few hours ago.
The entire desert has been covered with the storm for 3 days.
But I don't understand.
You were discovered only because Iana has once again displayed her temper towards her father.
Iana?
Daughter of King Audacy. It has been arranged that Iana is to wed within the changing of the moon. And Iana has rebelled. She attempted to flee Santia through the desert storm. She was followed. She was discovered there with you.
Then she found me.
Yes. The two of you were returned here to the village. Now you will come with me.
My eyes. I can't see a thing.
It is the justice of Santia.
What do you mean?
Come.
You will have to guide me.
Then take my arm. Now.
All right. Let's go.
This way.
How far?
Wait. Tanamahasi!
What's the matter?
Tanamahasi!
What in thunder are you talking about?
They're in the sand. Tanamahasi. Big foot.
I told you I can't see.
Big foot, Tanamahasi. Big leopard foot. Followed by man.
Leopard foot?
Yes, they're in the sand. Leopard tracks, followed by man tracks. Come, hurry!
Wait a minute.
We must hurry. Evil spirits set loose again by full moon. Tanamahasi, big leopard. Come, we hurry! I have brought you the prisoner, wise one.
Prisoner? Look here, what is this?
You have come, Mr. Thurman, but you are not welcome.
I tried to tell your flunky here that I didn't come to Santia purposely. I was headed for Mantella.
You are not a very wise man, Mr. Thurman, to make such an unwise statement. Mantelli is half 1,000 miles from here.
No, I got off my course. I ran into a sandstorm. My plane was forced down.
It's a likely tale.
But it's true. I was blinded by the sand. I'm still blind. If you have a doctor,
You say you are blind?
I am. I need medical attention right away.
Blind? It is the justice of Santia.
What are you talking about?
It is a law that should a white man look upon the countenance of Princess Iana, his eyes shall be blind.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tanasi. I've never seen your princess.
We found you with her on the desert.
Well, I was unconscious when you found me.
But she was with you.
Then she found the same spot where I took refuge.
We are not fools here, Mr. Darman.
Fools? I don't understand.
It is so ridiculously evident.
What's so evident?
I have made complete arrangements for my daughter to wed. She has refused to marry as I wish her to. And last night, she fled from Santia. And when we found her, she was with you.
But what you think isn't true.
You had the rendezvous there with her.
No.
How many times you have met, I do not know. But each meeting has been in complete defiance of the laws of Santia. That no white man may look upon the countenance of the prince.
I deny it. I don't know your princess.
The evidence speaks for itself. You are blind.
From the sandstorm.
No. Because the gods are vengeful.
I tell you, the sand blinded me. It's only temporary.
It was written ages ago that whatever white man looks upon the countenance of Santia Princess will be doomed forever to eternal blindness.
It's not eternal. It's sand blindness. It happens to lots of men who get caught in sandstorms. All I need is a doctor.
No doctor can cure the blindness sent down by the gods.
Give me a chance. I may be blind permanently if you don't let a doctor look at my eyes.
King Genasi, your daughter approaches.
Come in, my daughter.
My father, have you heard?
Heard what, my child?
Tanya Mahasi.
Tanya Mahasi?
Yes. He was in the camp again last night. Leopard footprints are near your house, followed by man feet.
Tanya Mahasi.
It's the evil spirit again in the full of the moon.
I saw them too. Many tracks. Big.
We must tell the wise ones they will work a charm to protect us.
First, we must dispose of the prisoner.
Look here.
Silence! My daughter, come here.
Yes, father?
He's a white man. Look you at his face and tell me, where have you seen him before? Well, my child?
I do not know him. I have never seen him before.
But my king, I saw them together.
Silence, Ivan! You are most wise, my daughter. You are most wise to deny your foreign lover.
But I'm not her lover. I've never seen her. I can't even see her now.
The American is blind, Diana.
Blind?
Because he has broken the law. Because he has looked upon the face of a princess of Santia. The gods have blinded him.
It's not true. I've never seen her face. Ask her. She'll tell you it's not true.
Take him back to the prison hut. And let him wait there until the body of wise ones sit in judgment of his crime. Silence, Naomi. Silence, my two pretty ones. Tonight is a night of the moon. The night is a night we hunt.
Those drums, still pounding. My eyes burning in my head. Oh, if I could only find a little cool water. Yeah. I wonder where I am. The king told Ivan to take me to the prison hut, but instead he brought me here. Here? Where? Somewhere out in the open. Bushes, shrubbery all around it. Wait a minute. What's that? A light. Up there through the trees. A light. Why, it's a star. I can see again. One lonely, single little star in a sky of heavy clouds. And there, coming over the ridge, the full moon. What's that? Something there in those bushes. Is someone there?
Be quiet, Americano.
Who is it?
Iana.
Princess Iana?
Do not speak so loudly.
Why are you here?
I came to see you. I went first to the prison, but it was empty. Then I knew there had been trickery. Ivan did not do what my father ordered.
No. He brought me here instead. Where are we?
On the edge of Decano.
Decano? The precipice?
Yes. It is hundreds of feet over the side of Decano. Listen. This rock. I will show you. Ivan knew you were blind. He left you here alone, knowing you would eventually wander over the edge and be crushed on the jagged rocks down there. He could not wait for the sacrifice.
Sacrifice?
Yes. With each fullness of the moon, the leopards in the pit of Santia become madly enraged. The wise men say the moon rays affect them. They must be appeased by the flesh of a human.
And the moon will soon be full again.
Yes, Donaldo.
A pleasant thought.
But Ivan could not wait. He fears all Americanos. So he brought you here to be a victim of Decano.
Oh, a nice fellow.
I despise him. And my father says I must marry him.
You mean... You don't mean you're supposed to marry him?
Do you blame me for running away?
I certainly don't.
Even death on the desert would have been better than him.
Princess, why have you come here?
Because I would not have you die, as Ivan wishes.
How did you find me?
I have ways.
Tell me, Ivan said the storm on the desert had been blowing for 3 days. Is that true?
Yes, it is true.
But I was only an hour and a half journey from San Filidor. I ran into the storm suddenly.
I cannot say about that. Donaldo, your eyes. You look upon me as though you see me.
I do see you. My sight has come back.
Oh, no.
You're not glad I can see again?
No. I mean, oh, yes, but Donaldo, to look upon my face.
Oh, nonsense. It's all a lot of tribe. What's that?
Tanimahasi.
What?
Tanimahasi, evil leopard spirit.
Oh, look here. What is this evil spirit business?
Tanimahasi, leopard. Wherever he goes, tracks always followed by those of man. They kill at the full of moon.
A leopard man?
Oh, do not say so.
Why?
Because he is a leopard man.
Have you ever seen him?
Oh, listen.
Come on. That's right over here someplace.
Oh, Donaldo, have care. It is an evil spirit, a spirit that kills.
Do you have any kind of a weapon?
Only a small dagger.
Well, give it to me.
Oh, no weapon will harm Tanimahasi.
We'll see. Oh, wait. The clouds are... Oh, there he is. Over there.
It's Ivan. Oh, look at him.
He's been...
He will die. We must take him back to the village.
He's unconscious. Jungle.
No. Do not touch him.
Who's that?
Father.
Iana. Go at once to your hut and remain there. I fear the gods even now hide their faces from you.
Oh, but Father, Ivan is badly hurt.
Go at once. Now, Mr. Darman.
This man needs attention.
Put him down.
What?
I said put him down.
But he's badly wounded.
By the claws of an animal.
Yes. We heard the animal screaming. The princess tells me it's a leopard man.
It is true. Tanimahasi, the evil spirit. A spirit which takes possession of a man and changes him into a leopard.
Yes, but what man? Who?
We have not known up to now.
Up to now?
Look at your hands.
Blood.
Deep beneath your nails.
But
It is an evil disease, Mr. Thurman. To bring it here among us is still more evil.
But I say, look here. Do you think I did this?
I repeat. Look at your hands.
Oh, no, you're wrong. It's Ivan's blood.
So it is.
But I got it on my hands when I tried to help him.
Put him down. Mr. Thurman, do not try to escape. Ivan will be returned to the camp. Our medicine men will heal him. You will go with me. Now.
Where?
Your spirit must be destroyed. You have had the wisdom of our elders, Mr. Thurman. You are guilty of a most foul sin against us. You must pay the penalty. And you, unfortunate daughter, are equally guilty with him. I cannot plead for you. The law is so written. You have seen too, Iana. Tomorrow night, the two of you shall perish.
This stone stairway leads to the leopard pit. The two of you go first.
Come, Donaldo. Be brave.
I'm thinking of you, Iana.
Pit is 100 feet into the earth. We are halfway down now. Look up above us.
Good Lord. This pit is immense. Huge and round.
Yes.
And look up there. All the tribespeople of Santia perched around its ridge, peering down.
Yeah, to watch this sacrifice.
But how can they see down here? It's pitch dark. We can hardly make our way in the blackness.
Soon, the full moon will be directly above the pit. It is only when the moon is full that its rays reach here into the depths. And its beams madden the leopards.
Iana, I see the beast now. Two of them. There's a man down there with them, petting them. Look, your father.
No.
He's a white man.
I too am white. But I am not his daughter. He has been king of Santia for many years. He stole me when I was an infant at Montela because he wanted a white princess.
Iana, the moon.
It's coming over the edge of the pit. The people up there can see us now. You see, the moon rays affect the beasts quickly.
Move on, down to the pit's bottom.
Come, Donaldo.
Iana, there must be some escape for you.
I am not afraid, Donaldo.
Oh, isn't there any way to escape?
Only one. An impossible one.
What does he mean?
It has always been the belief that if the prisoners are not truly guilty, the leopards will not harm them.
There. The full moon is directly over the pit.
I remain here. You two through this iron gate.
Come, Donaldo. There is only one more gate now. The one that separates us from the animals. Come.
Look how that man controls those animals.
It is the power of the full moon.
Then there is another way out. If we can keep away from the animals until the moon has crossed the pit.
No, that would be ours. The leopards will be released upon us any moment. This is as far as we go.
Alenia, Menegana, Neagana,
Ian, if I could only save you.
There is no way. Courage, Donaldo.
No, I'm not afraid for myself.
Now, you die. Now I offer you to the gods. Open the gate.
No. Wait, Ian. Look, the moon.
Donaldo, it is gone.
Dark. Has the moon crossed the pit?
Oh, no, it did not have time.
It's behind the cloud.
Oh, Donaldo, the leopards. My father, they'll kill him.
No, Chica. No. Down. Get back. Get away from me. No.
You have heard The Thing from the Darkness, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Donald Thurman. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Princess Iana. Fred Wayne played King Tanasi, and Muir Height was Yvonne. Next Friday night at this same time, listen to the 21st tale in this series of weird and unusual dark fantasy adventures, created for you by Scott Bishop. Next week's story is called The Edge of the Shadow, which tells of a dairy farmer in Vermont, of a strange dream that is all too real, and of what this dream finally means in the scheme of his destiny. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting the adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are based on the characters from the full color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists, featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. When last we saw Jungle Jim Bradley, he had just rescued Lil DeVril from Japanese spies. Jim went back to the airport at Panama to find that his flight had been canceled without warning. No explanations given. All Colonel Barrett could tell him was that he was to go back to his rooms and await further orders. It wasn't very pleasant news to Jim, but like the good soldier he is, he took it smilingly. Now we find him waiting for Colonel Barrett to visit him.
What time is it, Colo?
It's 5 minutes after the last time you asked me to on, Jim.
Colonel Barrett said he was coming at 2. 12 minutes after 2 now. I wonder what's keeping him.
He will be here.
You know, Colo, he's been treating me for the last couple of days as if I were in disgrace or something. When I try to see him, he's always too busy or out. He won't even speak to me on the phone.
Have no fear of disgrace, Tuan Jim. You have done no wrong.
I don't like all this mystery.
See? Answer the question.
Answer the door, Colo.
I go. Please to come in, Colonel Barrett.
Thank you, Colu. Come on in, Bill.
Yeah, of course. Hello, Colonel Barrett. Still speaking to me?
What?
Well, you've been so hard to get to lately, I thought perhaps I'd committed some official sin or something.
No, Jim, no. Nothing of the sort. On the contrary, forgive me. This is Mr.
Smith. Mr. Bradley, I'm very happy to know you. Smith? And, I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Smith.
Well, now that everybody's met everybody and everybody's happy, suppose we get down to business.
Well, that suits me, Colonel. I've been on pins and needles ever since the last time I saw you. Tell me, when do I take off? I'm afraid, Mr. Bradley, there's going to be a slight change in your plans. Change? But I'm all scheduled to...
Well, all schedules and all plans can be changed, Mr. Bradley.
Meaning...
You're coming back to New York with me. You have a new assignment.
Yes, Jim, that's why I've held up your leaving. My orders were to give you no more information than that.
And I'm afraid that I won't be able to give you any more information than the Colonel has, Mr. Bradley. Those are my orders.
When am I to leave, Mr. Smith?
Oh, that's the spirit, Jim. I was afraid you might be disappointed.
I am a little, Colonel. I was all set for some action, and now to find out that I'm going back to New York, well, I just...
Let me reassure you, Mr. Bradley. You will have action.
Kolu, go New York, too. Get things ready.
Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to go with your Master Kolu.
No.
Why not? This is a mission that must be done single-handed. A mission so important that perhaps the whole fate of a nation will be at stake. That mission is yours, Mr. Bradley. That's all I can tell you. We leave by plane immediately. You will not carry any luggage, and you're not to let anyone know that you're leaving. Change into civilian clothes.
But I just had this uniform made, Mr. Smith. I'm a captain. Isn't it against orders to wear civilian clothes?
Well, as I said before, any order can be changed. I'll see you at the airport in 30 minutes. Why the thoughtful look, Jim?
Oh, I was just thinking. Wonder what all my friends will say when they find out I've disappeared.
Well, they'll probably say you deserted the army.
Say, that's not funny.
No, perhaps not. But that's exactly the impression we want to get around.
I don't like that.
Well, it's necessary for your mission.
You're still not saying what that mission is.
I'm sorry, Jim, but that's still a secret. It must remain so till we get to New York.
Well, never a dull moment. Here I am with you on a chartered transport plane. One of its two passengers. Winging about 250 miles an hour toward New York. No luggage, no idea why I'm here.
You'll find that out soon enough. How about something to eat? I had a lunch packed for us. Sandwiches, hot coffee, and a thermos jug.
Not hungry, thank you. Mind if I go up front and talk to the pilot?
That also is against orders. You're to talk to no one but me. Sorry, I'm not more amusing.
Oh, it isn't that, Mr. Smith. It's only that I'm restless.
Well, how about some cards?
No, thanks. Say, I think I'll break out that lunch after all.
All right. I'm a little hungry myself.
Where'd you say it was?
Back in the luggage compartment.
Okay. I'll be back in a flash with a fish.
All right.
There's not much light back here.
Well, there's a switch right there to your right.
Okay, I got it.
Put up your hands, Mr. Bradley.
What?
Up with your hands, over your head.
Now, look here.
One move from you, and I fire.
Okay. Now, what's your game?
Strange that you should ask me that, Mr. Bradley. For that is the information I want from you.
Sorry, I can't oblige, old man. But I don't know it myself.
So, we shall find out. Turn around. Now, let's see first if you have any weapons on you.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you again, old boy. I haven't a knife, a sword, or a submachine gun on me today. I left them in my other suit.
Your sense of humor does not amuse me, Mr. Bradley.
Does anything amuse you, chum? Did you find anything yet?
What is this in your pocket?
That is the full extent of my luggage. A little implement used for brushing one's teeth. Or wouldn't you know about that, my hireling friend?
Try a fool. Perhaps you will not be so amused when I tell you you are going to die.
Die? You're going to kill me?
I am.
Well, I guess you have a sense of humor after all. You know, you're really my prisoner, gun or no gun. In just about 6 hours, we'll be landing on an American field.
Let me remind you, Mr. Bradley, there are ways to change the course of an airplane. Now, walk. We are going back into the cabin.
Okay. You're the boss for the moment.
Well, what took you so long, Jim? What does this mean?
It means that you are my prisoner, Mr. Smith. You, too, will kindly put up your hands while I search you for weapons.
Why, you better do what he says, Mr. Smith. He has us at a slight disadvantage at the moment.
Mr. Bradley, I agree with you for the first time.
Let's hope, pal, that it's the last time.
I see that you, too, are unprepared. You Americans are very complacent.
Well, we don't expect a stab in the back, Fritz. But once we get a dirty deal, watch out. What are you going to do with us?
I am afraid that question must go unanswered. Now I shall leave you two here in the cabin together. I must talk to our pilot and see if I can persuade him to change his mind about our destination. Put up your hands.
What? Why, you dirty swine! He's killed the pilot.
Perhaps you believe now that I am quite serious.
Hey, we're falling. The plane's out of control.
Do not worry, Mr. Bradley. I am as good a pilot as you are. Now, I am very sorry to leave such pleasant company, but I would feel safer if I locked myself behind this door.
Now what are we going to do? I'm going to do a little thinking. There's always a way out of everything, except death and taxes. We're flying east, maybe a little south, out over the Atlantic. I wonder where we could be heading for. I guess we'd both like to know the answer to that one. Yeah, all we can do is wait. We'll find out soon enough. Yeah. And whatever it is, I don't think we're going to like it. Well, we've been flying for quite a while, Jim. He's got to land soon or we'll run out of gas. Maybe he's going to contact some Nazi radar. I don't know where he could put us down out here. Yeah, there must be some way of getting that Heine. I don't know. Whatever you know, Jim, whatever they think they both know, they're going to do their best to get it out of us. I'm afraid their best can be mighty bad for us. Tell me, how can we get into that pilot room? We've got to somehow. Yes, we have, Jim. You don't realize how important it is to our country that you and I get to New York. Hey, wait a minute. I think I've got something. What? The fire extinguishers. There are two of them in here. Yeah, but what good are those? The chemicals in fire extinguishers. How do they work? I believe they give off carbon dioxide gas, which extinguishes the flame. That's right. And how does the carbon dioxide do that? By shutting out the oxygen around the flame, smothering it. And what can be done with a flame can be done with a man. We'll smother it. But he's behind a locked door. See that little ventilation grill at the top of the door frame? Yes. The pilot gets all his ventilation through there. I get it. We shoot carbon dioxide gas from the fire extinguishers through that vent. Our Nazi friend will be out like a light in just 30 seconds. What are we waiting for? Here's one. Here's the other. Let's go. Wait a minute. What? After he passes out, the plane will be without a pilot. How are we going to get inside to fly the plane? The door's locked. Break it down. Those are pretty strong doors, Jim. But if we crash, we'll at least take one more Nazi down with us. Let him have it. It's got him. Come on, Jim. We've got to get through this door. Let's hit it together. Yeah, okay. It's as solid as a rock. We'd better get in there quick with this plane diving like crazy. Yeah. Oh, that's it. Grab those controls, Jim. I'll take care of our Nazi friend. Right, got him. Hope I can pull her out of this dive. Can't you straighten her out? I'm working. Now she's coming up. Yup. Nose is coming up a bit. There. Boy, that's too close for comfort. How's our friend? He's still out. Got him trussed up. Well, let's head back for land. You know, Jim, for a few moments there, I thought that... Uh-oh. Engine trouble? Looks like we're out of gas. Well, I guess it's the blue ocean for us after all, Mr. Smith. Yeah, I guess it is. Now, do you think... Jim, look. Land. That island up ahead. Right, I see it. Think we can make it? We can try. We've lost a lot of altitude in that big dive. But if I can keep nursing her along... Uh-oh. Looks like all the gas is gone. All right. Hold on, Mr. Smith. Here we go.
Will Jungle Jim and Mr. Smith be able to make that island? And if they do, couldn't this be the island the Nazi agent was heading for? And if it is, what about the secret mission upon which Jim and the mysterious Mr. Smith are embarked? These questions are answered when next we meet Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow Jungle Jim's adventures in the full color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly. the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. No other comic supplement can give you the top cartoonist. The whole family follows the fun and frolic of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, and numerous other comic characters, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the millions of adults and children who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
GI Journal goes to press.
GI Journal! It's the GI Journal!
Yes, sir, it's the GI Journal again, the radio newspaper of the AES. Fellas, once again, it's our pleasure to bring you one of the smartest performers in show business. Now, I say smartest because he's the only guy I know who gets paid for letting the frog in his throat work. Your editor-in-chief for this edition, Bing Crosby.
Hiya, men. That's not a frog in my throat either. Last night, Sinatra shook hands with me. Around my neck. Fellas, I'm sure glad to be back on the good old GI Journal as your editor-in-chief. Rolling the presses again with such stalwart, luscious Linda Darnell, our staff reporter. Well staffed, too, may I say. Arthur Q. Bryan in charge of advice to the Lovelorn column. Wilbur, a manly little fellow who louses up your poetic contributions. Bill Wright, who we'll meet later as Wilbur's father. Lovely Anita, singing star of many a personal album. Harry Mitchell, our commentator. Coming up on the outside now, picking up his horses, our star reporter and roving contact man, the mighty Rochester. Hello? City desk.
Hello, boss. This is Rochester. I'm overseas in the middle of an enemy patrol.
You got the heart of a lion, Roch. Aren't you afraid?
Not a chance, boss. I'm camouflaged like an old dog.
Are you sure you look just like a log?
I'll say.
Well, what's tickling you?
Jeremiah.
Say! Boy, that's what I call real cover and concealment. Now, with the help of John Scott Trotter, the music major, Trudy Irwin, and me, we're going to latch on to our vocal scissors and start cutting up with paper dolls.
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellas cannot steal. And then those flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, he will be waiting. He'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded, real-life girl.
He's gonna buy a paper doll he can call his own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal.
And then those flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, he will be waiting. He'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded, real-life girl.
All right, kid, we're holding them. What's up?
I'm the substitute editor for Mr. Bibble, the poem editor.
Why don't you use your handkerchief?
I did.
What do you keep sniffling for, then?
I know. It don't draw very well.
What's your name?
Wilbur, what's yours?
Bing, but for short they call me Harry Lillis Crosby.
I can't be silly.
Wilbur, you're a moron.
Oh, no, I ain't.
You're not?
I'm a declassified. I'm an idiot now.
The foregoing is not to be construed as an endorsement by the United States Army. Look, Wilbur, did any good poems come into our views from the Muses column?
Ooh, I'll say. A real good one coming from your old first-class Tom Woods on a supply ship. Titled, Why?
That's just the way I feel about you.
Ooh, why do people stare at me no matter where I go? Ooh, why do people stare at me? I don't know many know. Ooh, why do people stare at me? My nerves are worn to thread. Oh, why do people stare at me? Just because I got two heads.
Pick out one you like and wear it, huh, Wilbur? Who's the next verse from?
Art Shaw, somewhere in the Pacific.
Target's up.
Titled Jelly Apple. A jelly apple is an apple, which in candy's dipped, but a pear is only a banana, whose girdle's gone and slipped.
It's that synthetic rubber shortage for you, Wilbur. All I ask that I'm around for the unveiling when that boy Hope's last girdle snaps. But getting back to happier things, remember us here in case some of you GI Swinburnes run across a poem or a verse. Just email us, the old GI Journal, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA.
Hello, boss, it's Rochester.
What are you doing?
I'm over here in the infantry as a scout. I'm wriggling through the underbrush on my stomach.
You making any progress?
My stomach's doing okay, but the rest of me is confined to quarters.
Rochester, you're doing it the hard way. Why don't you get up on your hands and knees and crawl?
What about them machine gun bullets?
Oh, they're not going to shoot at you. Go ahead, get up and crawl.
Okay, here I go.
Rochester! Rochester, speak to me.
I ain't got nobody.
Rochester, have you discovered any enemy positions yet?
Oh, sure, there's a guy over here camouflaged in a tree. But I'm not afraid. I'll just walk up to him. He'll run away.
Oh, Rochester, he'll shoot you. You said he was camouflaged as a tree. He won't run away.
Oh, yes, he will. Because I'm camouflaged as a dog. Chief, I heard some suspicious noises in a big cave. And I looked inside, and there's 3 bears in there. Eating honey.
Well, you get on away from there, Rochester. Bears like honey, you know.
Oh, I think I'll just saunter in anyway. Hey, boy.
Yes, Rochester?
They also like meat.
Rochester, you're on dangerous ground. You better report back to your outfit.
Yeah, but there's barbed wire strung up all around me. But I'll make a run for it round to the left. Well, I'll make a run for it around to the right. Well, I'll try straight down the middle. Well, I'm open for suggestions.
So look, back to the music page again for the dedication to the Motor Pool Boys at APO 677. You asked for Bing to do a song, and here it is. How Sweet You Are.
Now, dear, your tenderly smiling face through days all bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim. How sweet to know heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are. Lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you
Oh, Linda Darnell.
Yes, here I am.
Ah, Linda, you have a little of the exotic, a little of the romantic, a little of the continental, and a little of the mysterious about you.
Oh, thank you, Bing. And you have a little of the wolf about you. Say, Bing, they tell me you were away over the weekend.
Oh, yes, Linda. I spent a lot of time riding, you know.
Riding? Riding what?
Oh, horses, of course.
Well, how would you know? How would you know?
No, well, Linda, I've been dealing in horses for years.
Well, that's not what Bob Hope says.
Oh, Bob Hope, his old duck bill in here again. Linda, it's a well-known fact that I have a stable of horses. Lots of people right here in this very room have probably bet on my horses. Once, anyway.
What's the matter, Bing? Are they slow?
Well, they're not slow, Linda. They're just not interested. Maybe it's because I'm too nice to them, huh?
What do you mean, too nice to them?
Well, every morning I get up and I feed them, I brush them, I rub their manes, I smooth them down with oil. What do I get for it?
What?
Every time I mention racetrack, they all whip out their limited service cards.
Well, Bing, maybe you frighten them by those shirts you wear.
Shirts? You think my shirts are too loud?
Oh, look at the one you've got on, Bing.
A little too far. I thought it was rather juicy myself. Don't you think it does something for me? It brings out the mauve in my eyes or something?
Well, yeah, I admit it does hide your little hot tummy.
Well, what are you saying? It's really juicy. You know very well I haven't got a pot tummy.
Oh, no?
No, sir. I'm as flat as a pancake. Flat as a pancake.
Well, for your information, Bing, your batter's slopping over.
Oh.
But, Bing, look, speaking of shirts, I notice your shirts never have any tails.
Oh, Linda, you see, my shirts are rather, shall we say... My shirts are, shall we say, they're vivid, they're aggressive, they're athletic. And it's okay when they just flap around loosely in the breeze, but when you bottle them up inside your pants, they explode.
Well, let's forget it right now, Bing, and get back to our letters.
Let's get back to
Yeah. Our first letter's from Corporal Charlie Bohannon at a Pacific Isle. He says he was looking forward to seeing some hula hula girls, but when he got there weren't any. In fact, the only thing that is swaying is his stomach from that long ocean voyage.
Well, Linda, I've got news for you. I've seen plenty of hula girls.
Really?
But they were all behind Dottie L'Amour, hiding from Hope.
Why were they hiding from him?
Are you kidding? All those grass skirts around a guy with fire shooting out of both nostrils?
Well, turning back to the mail again, Bing. John Sapota over in Italy sends this message. Here, you want to read it?
I'll be glad to, Linda. John says one of the favorite Nazi booby traps is a mine rigged up in an apple orchard. When a soldier pulls down a branch, ta-da-boom, Nobody sits under the apple tree with anybody.
I can't stand it, I tell you. It's driving me nuts. Up and down all day. Up and down, up and down, up and down.
What's the matter here, Jack? You an elevator operator?
No, I'm a yo-yo.
Well, they either come in here like that or they're drunk. One of the... Got any more letters?
Yes, Bing. One more from the South Pacific. It quotes a lieutenant colonel there who writes about his South Pacific base in a pretty descriptive way, you must admit. Says he, it's the only place in the world where you can stand in mud up to your knees and get dust in your eyes.
Sounds like my victory garden. Well, remember, fellas, if you run across a colorful GI description or a name for something around your base that's printable, leave us have it here in the GI Journal, care of Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now, GI Journal presents a special added attraction, 5'2" bundle of brunette loveliness, whom you've heard many times on personal album, Anita. Corporal Irwin Brown of the 18th Fighter Squadron says that she is his own pin-up girl, and so for the good corporal, Anita gives out with the dreamer.
The dreamer, I reckon that's my name since you're gone away. But how am I gonna see you lest I dream all day? All the long and miserable day, they call me the dreamer. They tell me it's a shame how late I feel. But how am I gonna hold you lest I dream? So I stroll among the trees like I didn't have a chore to do, and I let the summer breeze come and kiss me like a real and true kiss from the dreamer, I reckon that's my name. Why change it? What for? But how am I gonna dream until you're home once
Now it's time to lend an ear to our advice for the lovelorn editor. Oh, lovelorn!
Yes, Mr. Claus, please.
I suppose you're loaded down with woe as usual?
That's right. Loaded down to the whims with love problems and romance.
Go right ahead.
All right. Private Wowie Doolin over in New Guinea is planning on getting hooked. I mean, Maui. And he wants some advice. He wants to know who pays for what.
Well, let's see now. As I recall, the groom pays for the bride's bouquet, flowers for her mother, and presents for the ushers.
Ushers? Don't be ridiculous. People don't get married in a theater.
I don't know. I've seen some very friendly couples in the balcony.
Well, he also wants to know if it's okay to hold a wedding at the bride's home.
What does Emily Post say about that?
Well, she's entirely agreeable. Especially since Private Doolin's present domicile is a shelter house.
Don't forget about witnesses either.
Oh, that's right. Private, every crime must have witnesses.
Well, our good wishes go to the private. I only hope that he's really in love.
Oh, he's in love, all right.
Is he really?
Yep. His heart keeps going bumpity-bump. He gets short-winded. His mouth gets dry.
Oh, that's what I thought. He's not in love. That boy just finished a 20-mile hike.
Gee, Mr. Crosby, I wish you wouldn't treat love so lightly. Too facetiously. With my rosy love and me, it's very serious.
Serious? Are you still in love with that old battle axe?
I beg your pardon.
Slipped out. I didn't mean battle axe. I meant bag.
I accept your apology. Why, Rosie Love is a great matchmaker.
Oh,
she just brought two lovers together.
Did she really? Well, who were the two lovers that she twanged with Cupid's bow?
Let's keep it clean, old man. rubber man in a circus and a snake charmer.
A rubber man and a snake charmer. How did it work out?
Wait, they just had a blessed event.
Oh, good.
Yep, a beautiful 8-pound garden hose.
Well, before we stretch things too far, let's woo the gentle music in lyrics and song. Trudy Irwin joins me at the microphone.
Put your arms around me, honey. Hold me tight. Cuddle up and cuddle up with all your might. Oh, won't you roll those eyes that I just idolize? When you look at me, my heart begins to flow. Then it starts to rockin' like a motorboat. Oh, I never knew any girl like you.
Put your arms around me, honey, hold me tight. Cuddle up and cuddle up with all your might. Oh, pretty baby, won't you roll those eyes that I just idolize?
When you look at me, my heart begins to flow. Then it starts to rockin' like an old PT boat. Oh, I never knew any girl like you.
And now GI Journal takes time out for a new page in our makeup. Interviews with our subscribers. I want you to meet some of the people who read this stuff. So with the languorous Linda as my fellow conspirator, we're off to meet a typical GI subscriber, Wilbur's father.
Oh, gosh, Bing, this is the address, all right, but look at that house. It's all leaning over on one side. Look.
Well, I'll knock on the door. Evened that joint up, didn't we? My name is Crosby, sir, and we'd like to get some facts about your home life for GI Journal.
Oh, yes. Well, we have a perfectly normal home life. That is, up to the time Wilbur was born.
And what happened then?
Well, he was an incubator baby, you see. And the incubator was heated by a kerosene lamp. Oh, I'll never forget how I sat there guarding that little flame. Oh, when I think of the opportunity I missed.
What do you mean by that?
If I'd blown out that wick, I wouldn't have that whack. Wilbur, come here.
Oh, no, you don't. Look over me, Pop. Look out before I break my arm.
Shut up.
Help! Help! Somebody help me!
Quiet, I say, quiet, or I'll poke you in the nose.
Okay. You want to hear me recite?
In 2 words,
Oh, yes. Yes, anything would be better than this.
might be right.
Wait till you hear him recite. Go ahead, you jerk. Recite.
Leave me alone.
Recite, so darn it.
Okay. Little Jack Harder sat in the corner eating a pumpkin pie. He put in his thumb and he pulled out the plum. And then he said, "Who's been laughing up my pumpkin pie with these plums?"
Well, that's very nice. Very nice, Wilbur. Linda, don't you think we've stayed long enough?
Yeah, I really do. Let's get out of here before the roof caves.
You had to open your big mouth.
After we pick Wilbur up by his ears and deposit him back in his huts, John Scott Trotter and the whole company are ready to indulge in a bit of band production. Everybody joins in with McNamara's band. Name is McNamara. I'm the leader of the band. Although we're few in numbers, we're the finest in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play to funerals, we play the march from Saul. The drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Hennessy, Tennessee tunes the flute and the music is something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band.
just. They couldn't keep alive playing 6-8 jive for that tooty-tooty bump. Now they're breaking it up at the Jim Jam joints and the annual harvest ball. In downbeat and the radio pole, they were voted the best of all.
Build it up there, Mac. Oh, the skins go root, and the trombone toot, and the trumpets blast away. McCarthy jumps while the doghouse thumps, and the clarinet swing and sway. A Hennessy, Tennessee, to hoodles the flute, and the music is something grand. A credit to old Ireland. It's McNamara's. It's the best band in the land. Ladies and babies are sparkling and.
Hello?
Hello, boss. I just called up to tell you I made it back home to camp. Okay.
Great work, Rochester. I'll bet the commanding officer cited you for valor and bravery.
You're way off the track.
Well, what did he cite you for?
KP.
KP? Rochester, I don't believe it.
Well, you know Pistol Packing Mama?
Yes?
Well, meet Garbage Toting Papa.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sincerely sorry that things didn't turn out better for you, Roch, but I'm glad you called. I want you to help us out with our community sing because we're going to sing Harvest Moon all together.
Harvest Moon?
Yes.
Man, I haven't been on pitch for years.
Well, don't worry, Roch. They used to say the same thing about me.
Used to?
All right, here we go. The song is Harvest Moon, which I'm sure you all know, and those of you who don't, you can read the words right off our big blackboard now. Here, I'll go over the words lightly first, then you all join right in on the second chorus. You ready? Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I had no lovin' since April, January, June, or July. No time, ain't no time to stay outdoors and cool. So shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the Well, fellas, thanks for cooperating with so much enthusiasm. Now the time has come when we close shop, batten down the hatches, and police the area. Anytime you run across a riddle, a poem, letter, gag, idea, commercial that you like, just send it into the old GI Journal, care of Armed Forces Radio Service, Los Angeles, USA. We'll do the rest. Here's good luck to all of you. This is your friend Bingo saying so long.
The GI Journal has been a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Treasury Star Parade. With a few American citizens from the territory of Hawaii, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus, and Henry Hall as our master of ceremonies.
80 pounds today. Find the freedom flat with 80 pounds today.
This is Henry Hull, ladies and gentlemen, with another of the new electrical transcriptions brought to you by the Treasury Department. Now, it's quite possible that many of you who heard Larry Elliott say that we had a few citizens from Hawaii with us may have concluded that you were going to hear sweet music on this program. Well, you're going to hear music, but I don't know just how sweet it'll be. Something took place on the island of Oahu, territory of Hawaii, December 7th last. One of the men who were there and saw what happened wrote a book. That book he called Remember Pearl Harbor. At this moment, that man is here by my side. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Mr. Blake Clark, a native Tennessean, and for the past 12 years, professor of English at the University of Hawaii.
Good evening. All my life, I've wanted to live history. I've had my wish. I did not see it all with my own eyes, but from what I did see, and from talking to friends and others who were in the thick of it, I have lived through real history, the history of Pearl Harbor. Its beginning was as calm as the South Seas, and its ending as angry and determined as the United States Marines who cry for revenge of Wake Island. Honolulu is one of the most peaceful cities in the world. On that particular Sunday, it seemed more peaceful than usual. Most of us were just getting out of bed or having breakfast when the shooting started. Mr. and Mrs. Freer, with whom I was living on Punahou Street, were already at the table when I came down. There was a rumbling outside. Their Japanese houseboy Yamato came running in.
Plenty plane outside. Come see.
Yes, I can hear them.
Much puff guns booming also.
Practicing, eh? Well, that's good. We ought to get ready.
Come across lawn, neighbor lady, Miss Claire, fast running.
Mrs. Freer! Mrs. Freer! We're under attack. The Japanese are bombing Oahu.
Oh, no, now, it's only practice. Don't get excited,
Well, if
Claire.
you don't believe me, turn on your radio.
We turned on the radio and heard the voice of Webb Edwards, KGMB station manager.
Keep calm, everybody. Oahu is under attack. Keep calm, everybody. Oahu is under attack. This is no joke. It's the real McCoy. The emblem of the rising sun has been seen on the wings of the attacking plane.
Yamato wouldn't believe it. Words tumbled from him, incredulous, pleading words.
Oh, no, Yamato not think so. They no fight. In Washington, Kurusu, Kurusu and the president still talk. No fight. Still talk. Oh, no.
No fight. Still talk. A funny kind of talk. And hell had broken loose on the flying fields and in Pearl Harbor. Everything was close together. Everything happened at once. By the time the first wave of attacking planes was approaching Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field, the second was already dropping bombs on Wheeler Field. One woman was watching from her bedroom what she thought was a mock raid until a plane roared swooping down over a warship in the harbor. A terrific explosion followed as the plane swooped up again. The whole end of the island seemed to be on fire. She called excitedly to her little girl.
Roberta! Run outside and get your brother!
Roberta ran down to walk to where her little brother and his pal were playing with a small wooden wagon. As they started back toward the house, a plane flew low above them and splattered the sidewalk with machine gun bullets. The little wagon flew to pieces on the lawn. A truck drew up to the door.
Get out of the house! Don't bring anything! Hurry!
A bomb hit on a hangar, announced the news to the thousands on the post at Hickam Field. Men came pouring out from all 9 wings of the barracks. Men in slacks, men in shorts, some in their underwear only, some without anything at all. What was going on? Another mock war? No. Bombs. Everyone ran for clothes and then for his battle station. The enemy planes were bombing the hangars and strafing the quarter-mile-long row of planes drawn up in front of the hangars in orderly parade formation. Colonel Ferguson came running down the field, jumped into a gutter to escape the machine gun bullets, shouted his orders to the men.
Disperse those pigs!
The men ran out toward the line, heedless of the rain of bullets. Some of them faltered and fell. Then came the second wave of planes. For what seemed a full minute, there was dead silence in which nothing happened. Then, the new mess hall, large enough for 6 complete basketball courts inside, the photograph laboratory, the guard house, the fire station, the barracks built to house thousands, An immense hangar, everything in the entire area seemed to rise intact from the earth, poise in midair, and fall apart, dropping back to earth in millions of fragments and clouds of dust. There were men mixed up in those clouds of dust. At Wheeler Field, the crowd was anxiously watching Lieutenant Rasmussen in a dogfight with the Japanese over the pineapple fields of Wahiawa. Each was desperately maneuvering to get on the other's tail. Bullets ripped into Rasmussen's plane. His radio equipment fell to pieces before his eyes. Then he caught the Japanese in his sights. He pulled the trigger. Tracer bullets tore into the enemy plane, and the anxious thousands broke into a great cheer of relief and pride when it fell to the ground in a burning, broken mass of wreckage. The courage of our men everywhere was inspiring. Sergeant Bam tore down to the supply house for a machine gun. The door was down, and Bam dragged out a .50 caliber gun. When he had finally got it mounted, somebody cried out,
Hey, Sergeant, you can't fire that water-cooled gun without water! The hell with water! I haven't got any water!
In 1 hour, boys became men, and men became heroes. One fireman climbed into his truck and set out for the line to put out the fires. Strafers, attracted by the bright red truck, attacked him before he got halfway to the plains. He didn't stop until a third wave shot the tires off his wheels. An officer commented dryly on his driving into a hail of machine gun bullets.
Hell, Lieutenant, I saw a fire, and I'm supposed to put him out.
And that's the way it went. Green men under fire, acting like veterans. All moved swiftly to their places without any confusion or disorder. The cooks ran back into the kitchen to remove all the food stored there to a safer place. The kitchen was hit. The staff sergeant in charge was struck on his head by a piece of shrapnel. He ripped off his shirt, tied up his head to stop the blood, and went on directing his work. Outside, a corporal was speedily running across the parade ground to help man a machine gun. It was entirely in the open, without any protection whatever. Halfway there, he was strafed by a low-flying Japanese pilot. Mortally wounded, he kept on, trying to get to that machine gun. He fell dead on the way. Inside a smoke-filled hangar, 21 Hawaiians with Solomon Nau'au, 245-pound athletes, were fighting fire. One end of the burning hangar fell through to the floor, revealing a sky dotted with 3 approaching Japanese bombers. They were flying just a few feet above the hangar. The first one passed directly above Solomon and his fellow fighter. Solomon heard an explosion and felt hot with pain. Lord help me, he prayed, falling to the concrete floor. The whole inner side of his right leg was blown away. But what happened at the flying fields was only a prelude to the drama of Pearl Harbor. From the crow's nest of one of the battleships, a sailor saw a torpedo coming straight for the side of his ship. Massive battleship of thousands of tons, it rocked as if hit by a mighty fist. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, quantities of oil flew all over the ship. The oil caught fire. In 2 minutes, the deck of the ship and the water around it were one mass of flames, and men were trying to swim in that blazing oil. On the Arizona, one bomb dropped like a plummet down the funnel and set off the forward magazine where ammunition was stored. In one blinding flash, the whole inside of the forward ship blew up, leaving only a mass of shattered, burning wood and twisted metal. Bodies of the dead were thick on the deck, and some were hanging from the forecastle. Men were running out of the flames, so badly burned that they were barely able to stand. Clothes burned away, no eyelashes, no hair. They stumbled along, feeling their way, helpless, falling on the deck, jumping over the side. Yet when the ranking surviving officer, who was supervising the saving of the wounded, was asked when he was going to leave, his answer was, "Not until the Japs leave." By this time, the wounded had begun to pour into the hospitals. Every laundry truck, every lumber truck, and delivery wagon on the island was used to move them. They were carried in by the hundreds, and yet there was no confusion, no unnecessary clamor, no crying out. They spoke quietly instead.
Watch that leg, please, ma'am. It's broken in 2 places.
A doctor went up to a young boy. His skin was burned and dripping off his entire upper body, but he looked at the doctor.
Take care of my buddy here, Doc. He's hurt lots worse than I am.
You heard that sentence spoken often.
Chaplain, see if you can find a doctor right away. My buddy's in terrible shape. He's been lying here 10 minutes now.
The surgeon looked at one boy whose leg was about to be amputated, and the boy smiled at him.
Aren't you afraid, soldier?
No, not at all. Only, hurry up. I
I want to get back to my battle station.
At 11 in the morning, over the radio came the voice of Dr. Pinkerton.
This is a call for volunteer blood donors. Report immediately to Queen's Hospital.
That was all. He did not say how badly plasma was needed. He did not explain. But in half an hour, 500 people were waiting at the doors of the hospital. Most of them didn't know what plasma was, but they knew that they were helping. Defense workers in their dirty clothes, welders with eyes red and burning, Honolulu society women, alien Japanese dressed in black in protest at what Japan had done, a Portuguese blind boy and his blind sister, a huge Hawaiian who joked teasingly at a Puerto Rican who was frightened a little.
Wait till you get that shot of brandy at the end of the line. Boy, you feel number 112.
Mr. and Mrs. Freer went down. He is 78 and she is 72. When someone objected that they might be too old, Mrs. Freer said,
I don't know. It ought to be very good blood. It's lasted us for a long time.
Everyone that day wanted to do something. We knew what had happened to us. We knew that the Oklahoma had turned over, that the Arizona was lost, that flames were leaping from the Downs to Catherine and others. There had been more damage done in an hour than our fleet suffered in the entire World War. Men were killed and wounded, dying on every field, in Pearl Harbor and in the streets of Honolulu. Airplanes, ships, and homes were afire. But the Japanese imperialists lit a new fire that day, which will sweep over the world, carrying democracy and liberation, even to Japan's own people. On New Year's Day, Honolulu paid its respects to the 3,000 dead in a memorial service at Nuuanu. Hawaiian women dressed in black placed flower leis the full length of the graves. Fleet Chaplain McGuire spoke for us all with respect and anger in his voice.
Let no one think these men have died in vain. 130 million Americans would have glowed if they could have seen how our boys died. They manned their guns until the decks buckled under them from the heat. Not a whisper, not a moan. It was glorious. Don't say we buried our dead with sorrow. They died manfully. They were buried manfully. And we will avenge their death, come what may.
Has ever doubted the courage or the fortitude of the American people under fire. No one has ever doubted their ability to get things done once they made up their minds. And the American people have made up their minds. We're going into this war to win, and we're all going to do our share. There's not even any room to argue about that. And we're going to buy United States war savings bonds and stamps as one of the ways to make sure that we're going to win it. We're going to buy them regularly. We're going to get the habit. And we're going to join the Treasury payroll savings plan wherever we work. We're going to keep on working, and we're going to keep on saving, and we're going to keep on buying war stamps and bonds, because this is our country, and we're going to keep it ours.
Thanks to distinguished artists who donated their talents to this electrically transcribed performance. The orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman, writing by Malcolm Meacham and Violet Atkins, produced by William A. Baker. This is Harry Elliott speaking.
GI Jive. Hi, you fellas. The AEF jukebox is in again, and this is Jill, your GI chief in charge of the record spinning department. All set to start another stack of your favorite bands and tunes going round and round. And the first nickel today buys a Bob Crosby record, Java Junction.
That was Java Junction by Bob Crosby, and it was played especially for Chuck, Hedrick, Zeman, and Copley at APO 928. And tune number 2 concerns one Erskine Hawkins and his orchestra. Requests on this go way up into 3 figures, fellas, so I can't possibly call them off, not even by APO and FPO numbers, so it's one big dedication to all of you who asked for Erskine Hawkins' record of After Hours. Here it is. Comes now one of the most popular Glenn Miller discs in stock. Stand by for the request lineup. Francis Weimert at APO 986, Radio Man Paul Dussault of the Navy Armed Guard, Ray Benz in Navy 147, Sergeant Leroy Reed at APO 93, Bob, Bill, Hap, and another Bill at 502, PFC Stewart at 322, Aggie Cole at Navy 919, Brad, Rip, Bruce, Jimmy, George, and Leroy at APO 939, Hawkins, Hendricks, Thomas, Watson, Smith, Tillman, Trice, Griffin, and Charles at 986, Seaman First Class Ray Acosta and the Fighting Coasties. In answer to all those requests, the jukebox spins Glenn Miller's At Last.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last.
Now a brief commercial. We really don't have a sponsor, but I'd like to plug a darn good product. This particular product won't relieve that tired morning after feeling, and I don't know what it spells when you spell it backwards, but frontwards it spells good sense, good investment, and money in the bank. Correct spelling is capital G, capital I, capital BONDS, GI Bonds. Artie Shaw takes to the turntable for Scotty, Greek, Vic, and Phil at APO 322, Kilgore, Dockrun, Parpark, Pilarizik, and Uribe at APO 610. Artie Shaw's Octoroon. Thanks a lot for being on the beam. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, this is your GI gal Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
At ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind the rain from the skies if I can find the sun in your eyes. Sometimes I love you, sometimes I hate you, but when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you. That's how I am. So what can I do? I'm happy when Besame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music cry. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true.
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Live, Laugh, and Love, Swonderful, You're Mine, You, Sometimes I'm Happy, Where or When, Look for the Silver Lining, Besame Mucho, Marie, Rose of Washington Square, and In the Shade of the Old Apple Tree. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. Your featured soloist, Martha Mears. Les Paul on the electric guitar. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Dog William 7 from Roger Sail 2. Dog William 7 from Roger Sail 2. Go ahead.
Roger Sail 2 from Dog William 7. One battleship Nagato class, 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, sighted latitude 20 degrees, 15 minutes, longitude 140 degrees, 25 minutes, course 121, speed 20 knots. Scout planes observed clearing cruisers at 1350. And remaining in contact, and by...
The 4 major networks present your Air Forces, Army, Navy, Marine, and Coast Guard. Written by Ronald McDougall and starring Lieutenant James Stewart, Army Air Forces. This is war.
Hello. 15th Bombardment Group on the alert. Bomb load, 1,100 pounders. Got that?
Following report received from the clear. 1 battleship Nagato class, 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, sighted.
And now it begins. The picture begins to focus. The clay takes shape. A girl in an ex-linoleum factory in Pittsburgh loaded the bomb that'll do the job. A bookkeeper in Milwaukee with 2 children exaggerated his income on his tax return so he could pay his share in the plane. A woman in Saugatuck, Michigan had a son 23 years ago, and so there's someone to fly the bomber. Yeah? Yep, the picture begins to
Hello, give me weather service. Hello, bombardment call. Hello, chart room. Get me all available charts in the area DOL.
Yeah, now it begins. All the intricate procedures of putting a hole in an enemy battleship large enough to let water in faster than it can be pumped out. It's not easy, this. Enemy ships aren't made into parking lots for seaweed by the efforts of only 1 man. 12 men, 1,000 men. It takes the mass efforts of 135 million people to sink enemy ships, destroy enemy troops, obliterate the enemy himself. It takes kids saving pennies for defense stamps. It takes all kinds of work from all kinds of people. Now, it really begins.
Order issued from Bomber Command to 15th Bombardment Group. Enemy battleship supported by 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, sighted latitude 20 degrees, 15 minutes, longitude 140 degrees, 25 minutes, course 121, speed
speed 20 knots. You'll proceed to destroy hostile craft. Clearing aerodrome immediately.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, combat orders. Please gather around the map and take notes. Now, you're familiar with the situation and our target. The 1st Squadron will form the leading element of the group formation. The 91st Squadron will form the second element. And the 3rd Squadron will form the rear element. Group assembly will be over H at 5,000 feet. Wedge formation at 1430.
They know all this already, these pilots, bombardiers, navigators, radio men, gunners. They've been on the alert. They've been sitting around all morning waiting for just this kind of a target. Their bomb racks are already loaded with 1,100-pounders. The ground crews have already warmed up the motors. But these men must work as a team. And this is their skull practice. Enemy ships aren't knocked off by the pilot who flies the plane or the navigator who guides it or the radio man or the gunners or even the bombardier who presses the button that drops the bomb. If the ship is sunk, it'll be sunk by teamwork. The combined efforts of all 5 men who form the combat crew.
Now let's hear from the weatherman.
Each of you has our regular 6-hour forecast. You'll find it substantially correct. Upper air velocity is subject to change of course, but for the most part, you'll find conditions excellent. Right about this area here, you'll find plenty of low-hanging clouds, which should give you excellent cover. That's all for me.
Well, fellas, we've got a nice one. Let's make the most of it. You're carrying 1,100-pounders, and this target requires precision bombing. No trailing them out like confetti, please. Now, when you reach the objective, pick out your target and let them have it. Then scram the hell out of there. It is now 14:12. Check your watches. Now, if there are no further questions, then that's all. Let's go.
That's all he said. But there's more to it. Much more. The military pilot's supposed to be kind of glamorous. Well, the good ones aren't. This is a business with them. They don't think much about killing or being killed. It's like this. They have a plane to fly, an objective to destroy. They either destroy it or get destroyed. Now, that sounds simple, but the mathematical science of busting things is a process that would give Einstein a headache. Now let's see how this business of flying is built up into a going concern. Now, first of all, you get the men. Best men that the country has, and you got a lot of them. They're citizens, ordinary guys in ordinary times. But this is war. They're taking on new responsibilities.
All will raise their right hands and swear after me. I do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend. The Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I will bear true faith
and sworn in.
To the same.
It's a pretty inspiring ceremony. It's sort of like getting married. You're nervous and your hands sweat and you wonder if you're good enough. Yeah, it's sort of like getting married. There isn't any honeymoon. Oh, no, it's just work. 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. And on Sundays you go to chapel and then back to the barracks and study some more.
On which I am about to enter. So help me God.
Now, it's a couple of weeks before you even get a chance to climb into a plane. You learn the customs and procedures of command, the traditions of the service, and then one day you walk out on the field with your heart in your hand and climb into a yellow trainer that flies 80 miles an hour. Well, now, that's pretty fast at first, but after a couple of days, it feels like you're flying your front porch. And then you get instrument flying. And then one day you climb into a basic trainer, 140 miles an hour. Well, you're getting up there. Then after that, you go to advanced, and then you specialize. Pursuit, attack bomber, heavy bomber service, whatever you're best fitted for. And that's only the beginning. Now you've got to learn to work as one man in a team. And you meet your teammates. They've been going to school, too. Other parts of the country, probably. And they've been learning things, too. Well, let's say, Bombardier Smith. Oh, what are the duties of a bombardier?
The aviation cadet who is trained as a bombardier will study the theory and practice of bombing.
Well, for instance?
In bombing, trail is the horizontal difference in distance between the theoretical vacuum trajectory and the actual trajectory, while cross trail is a component of this difference due to the magnitude and direction of the wind.
I'll take your word for it. Now, bomber pilot Smith, what are your duties?
A pilot must be taught to handle the large 2- and 4-motor bombing planes. The training of the bomber pilot is very specialized. He must be able to know and use the 100 or more flying instruments of a modern bomber.
Well, I should think so, but why?
It's the pilot's task to conduct the bombing plane in such a way that the bombardier will be able to use his bombs with maximum effectiveness against the military objective.
How about the navigator? What are your duties, Navigator Smith?
Well, the navigator of the bombing plane must guide the pilot in determining the location of the plane and the direction in which it should fly to reach a certain objective.
What about the radio man, Smith?
I keep in constant touch with the aerodrome for further weather reports and orders. Also, it is my duty to operate as a machine gunner during combat with pursuit ships.
How about you? What are your duties, Rear Gunner Smith?
Just sit in a fishbowl and try to keep awake.
Well, I don't imagine you have much trouble the way you get bounced around back there. Okay. Now, that's the crew of a medium bomber. They're not individual citizens once they get off the ground. They're just handmaidens to a machine. A team. And now they climb into their plane. You know, there's something awful quiet about the inside of a big plane parked on the ground. The members of the crew take their stations quietly, methodically. The pilot and the co-pilot squirm down into their seats side by side at pretty close quarters. Well, of course, you know these things aren't built for comfort. They fasten their safety belts. And then their hands start moving around to switches. Dozens of switches, and they know exactly where they all are. They can pick them out blindfolded. There goes the master switch. Now, there goes one of the generators. And now the pilot starts checking. Check cross feed on fuel tanks, wing tanks, both on. Okay. Mixture control, full rich, right. Props, high pitch. Carburetor heat, full cold. Right. Check the radio.
Control from William Dog 7. Radio check. Go ahead.
William Dog 7 from control. Frequency and modulation, okay.
Now, the pilot's checking again. Checks hydraulic pressure. Check, and recheck. You know, this is no box kite these fellows are taking up into the air. This is a complicated engineering miracle with a ton of TNT in its belly. One mistake's just one too many. All right, now the co-pilot's building up pressure with the wobble pump. Now he's priming the engine. The pilot's hand goes up to the starter switch.
Clear!
There she is. Not very quiet now. And that's just half of it. There's another 1,500 horsepower sticking out of the other wing. There she goes. Now the radio again.
Control from William Dog 7. Ready to taxi out and take off. Go ahead.
William Dog 7 from control. You are cleared to taxi out and take off north-south runway.
And now the big thing sort of crawls out over the rough ground. And the transparent nose of the bombardier is uncovering the bomb site. The radio man's checking the bomber's telephone system. In the rear turret, the gunner's settling down behind his machine gun. This is business. You know, there's a lot of stuff has gone into this plane. 3 or 4 tons of aluminum, 30,000 parts, a couple of 100,000 rivets, and a lot of work by a lot of people. And not to mention money. Well, these bombers cost what is known as a pretty penny. A lot of people had to stay up late nights around March 15th, sweating all the while so this bomber could be built. And so it could taxi out the runway that leads to a rendezvous with the enemy. A lot of brains are represented in this bomber, too. The design engineers and the stress engineers and the inventors of the self-sealing gas tanks and the bomb sights and the bomb releases. A lot of brains, a lot of labor's there, hard labor, day and night. A lot of courage in the background, too. The manufacturer who stuck his business neck out a mile by designing and building this kind of plane before anybody wanted it. And the test pilot who worked out the bugs with his life as a down payment on mistakes. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this plane. And it all means something. It all starts to add up when the plane takes off.
time takeoff.
Off at 1422.
Check stations. Rear gunner.
Yes, sir.
Bombardier, can you hear me?
Like I was in your lap, Chief.
Maybe you will be before we get back. Radio.
Yes, sir.
Co-pilot.
I wonder what Gypsy Rose Lee is doing now.
Taking a walk, probably. Navigator.
Yes, sir. Compass heading 22. Correction after I get the drift.
Okay. We're on our way.
Yeah, they're on the way. All over the world, American planes are on the way. You see, the total activity of our air forces is something more than one raid, one base, one objective. Wherever somebody is fighting or getting ready to fight the Axis, that's where our air forces are. The air forces of the United Nations. Now, maybe the plane's made in Baltimore, maybe in Seattle. It doesn't matter where they're made, as long as they get to where the fighting is. Wherever it is, whoever's doing it. Now, some of these planes travel 13,000 miles for one raid. With them go good American ground crews. Yeah, there are a couple of Dodger fans in Russia right now.
13,000 miles from good old Brooklyn.
What, Rory?
Oh, nothing. Let's get back to work. Now, look, comrade. In English, this is what we call a supercharger. See, with this gadget, a bomber can fly so high that the sound of its motors won't reach the ground.
Yes.
I'll give your mechanic the Russian lingo for that, will you?
Yes. Comrade, по-английски это называется supercharger.
Да.
То есть такой бы мы возможно лететь так высоко, что шум моторов не дойдет до земли.
Да, да.
And at a military airport in China.
Now, this button controls the retractable landing gear. The retracting mechanism draws the gear up into these wells, and this fairing on the shock absorber strut fits over it and makes it streamlined. Give that to your mechanic, will you?
Okay, sir. Chú gần anh nung lì bố dậy sân nhìn tạ thổi là mà ôn chạy giờ nó chơi shock absorber. Ôn na nè nè ôn nam ý mạng kiến chỉ là đu ya nu mạng bà lê ma.
And with the British in Libya.
This gadget is for full feathering of the propellers. This is a recent improvement on the constant speed and controllable pitch propeller, making it possible to lessen the drag in case of motor failure.
I say, that is neat. Absolutely uncanny.
Yeah. You said it. Uncanny.
All over the world, American planes are carrying the fight to the enemy. And with them are American crews to assemble the planes and instruct foreign crews in their operation. In China, Libya, Russia, Iceland, Newfoundland, Australia. Wherever the fighting is, we send the men and the machines to do it. And it takes time, takes planning, takes a lot of help from home. Not somebody to yelp.
Why don't we do something?
But somebody to help. Now, you take the airplane industry, for instance. A few years ago, there wasn't much of it. A few planes for the airlines here and there. Some attempts to make a cheap mass-production flivver plane. No money to spend for research or expansion, and then, wham!
We need 60,000 planes to be delivered yesterday.
Well, yesterday, that's kind of soon, even for American industry. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some cussing done here and there before things really got started. And not real heavy cussing, you understand, but words. You see, it seems that we American are a nation of peace lovers, a nation of hopers for the best. In European countries, we're spending all their time and money building tank factories and munition plants and bomber plants.
Yeah, and we were caught with our plants down.
Well, things are different now. I guess it's no military secret that America is more than 50% ahead in aircraft production since December 7th. And our production before Pearl Harbor wasn't bad either. All over the country, aircraft factories are really putting on the heat there. I said all over the country, aircraft factories are really... they're busy. A lot of work goes into an airplane. Must be close to 100,000 rivets in one plane. 200,000. Oh, that's so, 200,000. Yeah. That's a lot of work there. Yeah. You ain't helping. Huh? Oh.
Oh, well, I just stopped by for a second. I'm on the radio program. This is war. Ain't got time to listen to the radio. Well, I just... Say, could I ask you one question, seeing how you're one of these aircraft workers we read about? What? How about strikes? Will there be any more?
How would you like your teeth kicked in?
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I just asked you a question.
Listen, once and for all. We went out on strike before Pearl Harbor. Maybe after the war's over, we'll go out on strike again. But until it's over, the only thing on my mind is keeping this riveting machine hot enough to light a cigar off of. Okay?
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Now, bombers don't just happen. You don't just say, build me some bombers, and then sit back and wait for the brownies to go ahead and do it. What kind of bombers do you want? Do you want a dive bomber for knocking off gun emplacements or cargo ships? Do you want an attack bomber for machine gunning troops or destroying their mechanized forces with small scatter bombs? Do you want a big patrol bomber that flies along with all the grace and speed of an elephant and just as powerful? What kind of a bomber do you want? And another thing, where are you going to use it? Yeah, that's important, too. That's why we have these captive engines. Engines that don't ever get a chance to fly. No glorious destiny for these babies. They just run their hearts out on a test block.
Bring number 1 engine up to maximum RPM.
A few years ago, an airplane engine like this it's kind of impossible. People thought we might have some someday, maybe 20 years or so, maybe more. Yeah, now they're turning them out as fast as they used to turn out automobiles. 1,500 horsepower, 1,850 horsepower, 2,000 horsepower. They're making them like they make hotcakes.
We'll now test for sub-zero horsepower. Turn on the refrigerators and bring the temperature down to 40 below zero.
Gets kind of cold in Norway, in Iceland, and Russia. Some of these motors will be going there. They'll have to be built for the weather conditions they're going to fight in. Which reminds me of something the Nazis say. They say they're planning to build an airplane engine that'll develop 2,500 horsepower. That's a lot of horse. The Nazis also say that the new order will bring sweetness and light to Europe. Yeah, like the sweetness and light it brought to Poland and a couple of other places. Any other place they haven't to visit, as a matter of fact. But never mind that. We're talking about horsepower now. And this is what we can say in the United States. There's no other country in the world that can build 2,500 horsepower motors for airplanes except us. And there's no other country that can build 2,000 horsepower airplane engines in mass production the way we're building them right along. And the reason we can do it is because of our research and our skilled labor and the thousands of tests that we give each motor. And why? So that the only thing the bomber crew has to worry about is dropping the bombs. So that our friends in that bombing plane someplace out in the Pacific will get to where they're going and get back. Hey, you, engineer.
Yes?
Say, we want to rejoin some friends of ours. They're flying a medium bomber out over the Pacific, height about 30,000 feet, I think. Can you help us out here?
Well, sure. Bring up number 1 engine to maximum RPM. Altitude 30,000 feet.
Yeah, there's the blue Pacific. Well, it's not going to be so Pacific in a few minutes. And there's our bomber. Takes a lot of stuff to build a bomber like this one. A lot more than just metal and wood and fabric. There's sweat involved and tears. Men giving up some of their rights. Business giving up profits. Who wants to make profit on blood? Women crying. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in a bomber like this one. Enough stuff to make it a match for the armor plate on a 35,000-ton enemy battleship. It'll do. It's a good plane, and there are good men at the controls. They're getting sort of restless now, maybe a little nervous. They squirm down into their seats. Their behinds reaching for solidity against the concussion of anti-aircraft. The rear gunner licks his lips and fingers the triggers of his machine guns. He wonders if he's going to be sick this time. The navigator puts away his calibers and slide rule and takes his station at the turret gun. The bombardier checks his sights. Getting close to their objective now.
goes, keep your eyes open. Let me know if you see anything.
There they are. About 15 miles abeam.
Okay, this is it. Radio. Contact all flight members and inform control.
Enemy sighted. 1003. Heading southwest. Acknowledge.
We'll spar for individual attacks from 4 directions. How do you want it, Bombardier? Take over.
We'll take the big one. Make your run in diagonally. East-west from eastern. Give me a nice long run in, and I'll drop this second one right down the funnel. All right, let's go down.
Hang on.
That'll do it. Bomb doors open. Bomb bay open. Check instruments. Altitude 23,000, right?
Check.
Speed 205.
Check. She's all yours.
It's coming now. This is the moment. A split second of time that represents all the war effort of the United States.
Left 1, 30 degrees.
This is why you have to sweat around March 15th. This is why you've got to shower down the cash.
Level off.
This is why you save up pennies to buy defense stamps. This is why you walk to work instead of riding in your car.
Right.
This is why you women buy sugar 2 pounds at a time. This is why there can't be any more strikes until it's over. This is where your profits go, businessman. 135 million people are riding on this bomber. Their honor and their future is cargo. And it's their might that helps the pilot hold it steady against anti-aircraft fire. It's their power that pushes the bombardier's thumb down on the button that releases the bomb.
Left a little. Steady as she goes. Steady. Bombs away.
Gentlemen, a cigar. Close bomb doors.
Bomb doors closed, sir.
Those cruiser boys can really shoot. Something tells me that son of... doesn't like us.
Hit on the starboard side.
Any damage?
No, we've got a hole you can stick your head through, but no damage.
I'll stay out of the draft. Everybody happy? Bombardier?
Okay, Chief.
Back on the job, Navigator?
Right.
Co-pilot?
Okay, here.
Radio?
Trying to contact base, sir.
Good. How about you, rear gunner? You still with us?
Yeah, but I don't know why I bothered to eat lunch before we took off.
What, again?
Again. May I try a few bursts from my gun, sir?
Sure. Go ahead if it'll make you feel better.
Operational for tomorrow. Orders issued by Group Commander to his staff and squadron commanders at his headquarters. That looks all right. Heard anything from the 5th Bombardment Group?
I'm getting a signal now, sir.
Roger, sail 2 from William Dog 7. Roger, sail 2 from William Dog 7. Knowledge.
William Dog 7 from Roger, sail 2. William Dog 7 from Roger, sail 2. Go ahead.
Enemy craft contacted 1455. Enemy craft contacted 1455. Target destroyed.
This is war. You have been listening to Your Air Forces, starring Lieutenant James Stewart, Army Air Forces, and featuring Frank Albertson as the pilot. The program was written by Ronald McDougall and directed in Hollywood by Glenn Hall Taylor. Lieutenant Howard Nussbaum, Army Air Forces, was associate director. Original music was by Charles Dant. Next week at this same time, the four major networks again unite the resources of American radio to present the 9th in their series of broadcasts for wartime America, Bridge of Ships. This is war.
And it's really yours, you know. Now, the day after tomorrow is Army Day. Airfields other than those in strategic military areas will be open tomorrow and the next day. Now, why don't you visit your Air Forces and get acquainted with the men and the machines that make the Air Force what it is? Well, I'll be seeing you. And keep 'em flying.